April 5th, 2022 work session meeting. We welcome the members of the public who are in person and who may be watching our usual video feeds online. Hybrid council meetings allow people to join online through WebEx or in person at the city and county building. We will continue to watch COVID rates to make the safest choice for all of us. Masks are no longer required in city facilities, but attendees who prefer to continue using a mask are welcome to do so. We will continue to monitor the situation and take any reasonable precautions for the public and staff. As many of you know, there is no public comment during the work session. However, please join us at 7 p.m. for the formal meeting tonight to share any comments. Your feedback is always welcome, and you may share with the City Council anytime by mailing us at P.O. Box 145-476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114, or emailing us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or calling our 24-hour phone comment line at 801-535-7654. Taylor will be moderating today's meeting. And as usual, we start off with the work sessions with item number 1, the informational and an update from the administration. We have the Chief of Staff of the Mayor, Rachel Otto, and Andrew Johnson here in person. Rachel, it's all yours.
Thank you, Council Chair Dugan. We also are expecting Weston Clark to be able to join us too. I think he's coming down here physically, but we'll get to him in a minute. So today we have our typical COVID update for you, but it's going to look a little bit different now that we are in what the state is calling the steady state of the pandemic. So Taylor, if you can go to the first slide there. So you probably heard this already, but it's probably worth repeating. In this new steady state status, some of the indicators and data tracking is changing. So free testing sites are shutting down in Utah by and large, and people are encouraged to seek treatment from their own providers. That said, vaccines are still should be widely available for free at community clinics and pop-up locations and other things. So you can still find information about those community clinics on the state and county websites, as you always have been able to do. The dashboards that you're used to seeing are now going to be updated weekly instead of daily, both on the state and on the county site. I think, as far as they're saying, although I've heard both, but the county is saying weekly on Mondays. So the county dashboard is now focused on hospitalizations, deaths, vaccine coverage, and outbreaks rather than the individual cases of illness in our community. And I think we all know that a lot of testing is happening at home or it's not happening over the last few months. And so looking at those daily positive or even weekly or monthly positive rates it's just not really that effective anymore. Also, the state transmission index that we've been using for the last couple of years will no longer be used. And instead, the state is saying that people should refer to the CDC community levels. So if you go to the CDC website, you can type in the state and the county, and they give you basically what the CDC transmission is for your area. So Salt Lake County is still in the low transmission range. So in our weekly updates to you for now, we'll be showing you some of the county data and then the wastewater tracking results, which I'll get to in a second. With a little bit of an introduction. So I wanted to just show a couple of the slides of the way that the county's presenting data now, just for familiarity's sake. So if you move to the next slide, Taylor. This is this nice little snapshot you get from the county now that shows kind of the leading indicators there. Pretty self-explanatory, but as I said, it focuses really on hospitalizations and who's seeking emergency care, what people are up to date on vaccinations, which, as you know, is both of the primary course, and then if you're eligible for boosters, up to date on those boosters too. Hospitalizations and the trend of who's up to date this week. So you see, as we've been following, consistently all along, the people who are up to date on vaccinations continues to increase, but very, very incrementally. So next slide, please. The hospitalization trend you see going down over the last month, as we've been discussing. And the next slide, please. Also, kind of similar to a view that you've gotten before on the coverage by age. And all of these graphs are available either in graphs or in tables, depending on how you like to look at them. But this just, again, gives you that age range snapshot, and you'll see that we still have a lower vaccination levels for the younger population and increasing as you see the population increasing in age there.
Real quick, is that Salt Lake City, or is that that's the county?
That's countywide.
That's countywide. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yep, so it is a little bit more difficult now on the county website, as far as in my still limited experience with the new way they're tracking data, to really dig into the city-based information. So it has shifted that a little bit. But if you go to the next slide, it does give you some more city-specific info in terms of COVID-19 vaccine coverage. And that's kind of a similar view to what we've looked at over the last many months, where it gives you the zip codes. You'll see there, which I think is interesting in Salt Lake City, how we've been talking about it for most of the course of the pandemic. You'll see that some of our east side zip codes are in the highest up-to-date coverage range for the county, and some of our west side zip codes are in the lowest up-to-date coverage for the county. So, still really needing to get the word out about vaccinations countywide, but particularly in some of our east or in our west side zip codes. So any questions about the county data, the way it's presented here? It is simpler, so hopefully it, still is tracking what we need to see.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Thanks, Rachel. Maybe my brain is just not remembering correctly, but I feel like we were closer to 70% before. What's the difference? I assume it's a different metric that we're looking at with below 50% up to date. Can you?
Yeah, it is. I do think it is a little confusing, especially as you're looking at it by zip code and as they're shifting to up to date. And to be honest, this is a good question for me to follow up on for you next week, because I don't know if now that over the age of 50 is eligible for a second booster, if that is impacting how they're tracking our overall vaccination up-to-date status. Because the way that the data was tracked before, it was if you had 2 doses on this view anyway, and so we were looking a lot better than this up-to-date phrasing.
A really fast drop from 70-something to 49.
We're not doing as well as we thought we were, right?
Thanks.
So I'll try to follow up with the county health department between now and next week to have better information for you on why that looks different now. Any other questions on that you'd like me to follow up on between now and next week? Okay. Okay, so next slide. Yeah, so as I just mentioned, the updated recommendations allow certain individuals and people over the age of 50 to be eligible for another booster. So, again, you can still check in with the county or with your healthcare provider to see if you're one of the eligible people there. Next slide, please. As I just mentioned, the wastewater surveillance system is a good leading indicator to track the spread of COVID-19 in our communities. And it actually, I think the surveillance system is used to track all sorts of things across the country. So it is considered a very accurate early leading indicator because it essentially samples the intake of our wastewater treatment plant. So you can find local data there at that website, and you can really drill down to all of the different treatment facilities across Utah if you're interested in how we stack up there. So just with that little brief introduction, I wanted to show on the next slide, this is the trend over the past year. So you can see how it's really gone up and down, and you see that spike in January there, or maybe you can not really see it from where you are, but that's what it is. So you'll see that big spike in January at our treatment facility. So it's kind of interesting to look at it over the long term since we don't normally show this slide. And then if you go to the next slide, just over the past month, you see a pretty flat graph there. So it does make a lot more sense to take a look at that view than the testing or the positive, the specific positive tests that we're getting back in Salt Lake County.
Could you go back the one slide to the, and is that April 2020 on the far left?
Yeah, yep.
Okay, so that's the start of the, okay. So we're about right where we were in April when we started the pandemic, or when the pandemic hit
Yeah.
our shores. Okay.
And sorry, I should have said, if you can't see it up there, the bottom graph is the daily new cases per 100,000 population, so it's normalized over the 100,000, over 100,000 people. And then the top is actually the microgram comparison, like the specific micrograms that they're picking
Right.
up in the wastewater per day.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
yep, and happy to add any other information or answer questions next week if you have any. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Okay, I think we're moving to our community engagement highlights for the week with Weston.
Hello, Council. Good to see you in person today. The first slide, of course, is our usual one. A reminder to you all and the public to always go check out www.slc.gov/feedback, where a lot of the things I'm talking about are housed and are the links for how you can participate in the surveys. Next slide. There aren't a lot of updates today, so this should be pretty quick. The affordable housing overlay, and I can't even see it now that I'm in person. That is very hard to see. I can see it here, but I feel bad for for you all. Yeah, I'll find a better way to present it. It's a lot of information in a small area. So, yeah, the affordable housing overlay process continues with a mailer this month. There's going to be multiple open houses scheduled, both virtual and in person, throughout April. So you can go to that website, slc.gov/feedback, where you can navigate to this section and register for any of those events and find out where they're at and when they are. It's throughout the whole month. A reminder that the Glendale Water Park public survey is closing on the 16th of this month, so that's coming up. Next slide. No updates provided for this slide, but outreach does continue on numerous projects, including the Capitol Hill traffic calming and the avenues restriping. Next slide. Also no changes to the ones on this slide. This is mostly public utilities. We talked about all of them last council meeting, including the City Creek water treatment plant upgrades, which begin the retaining wall construction now through Memorial Day. The State Street Waterline project, which is going to be pretty impactful, I mentioned last time, and the proposed utility rate increases. Next slide. And this is a new addition. The city is applying for a federal grant for a study of east-west connections across I-15 and railroad tracks. We're looking at possible ways to improve crossings for safety, comfort, and time reliability. Transportation is asking for comments that can be included with the grant application to demonstrate community need. Comments will be accepted through Sunday, April 10th, so that's a quick turnaround. And the public can go to the website, slc.gov/feedback, and navigate to this project to include those as well. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Weston.
I assume I'm up next. Next slide, please. We're going to go through the first couple kind of quickly, if it's okay, because there's some things I want to get to. This is the occupancy rate of the resource centers. You can see we're at 97%, 98% essentially at this point. Next slide, please. The cleaning and abatement schedule, South Temple and the 200 South area is really next on the list. Victory Road and that area has a lot of folks, but because of the springtime weather and the soil conditions, it's almost impossible for the health department and city resources to get up there other than by foot. And so that'll probably be a focus continually for a few weeks of resource outreach. We also have porta potties there at the base of that trail in preparation for, probably in the springtime, more of a work up there to clean it up. Resource fair at Victory Road this week. You can probably anticipate that'll happen probably frequently going forward. Kayak/bicycle court. It's still kayak court, but the river's pretty low right now, and so they're going to do bicycles up and down the parkway on the 15th for that. And then an overflow report will be ready probably in May, and that will be looking at the former Ramada site, all the programs that were there, as well as St. Vincent de Paul and the efforts, and have that available to the council to review and see the progress. It'll have some safety pieces to it because the council was interested in the impact on the neighborhood, but also numbers and some other pieces for you all. Next slide. This is the same slide we talked about with the overflow. Again, I want to reiterate ending times for these programs. April 15th is a big one for a lot of them. Scattered motel rooms at the end of June. I know the providers are trying to find ways to provide funding for that going forward, at least for the motel rooms. We'll see if they can or not. Overflow beds, obviously, and then the number again, 801-990-9999 is always the best way to call for resource beds, whether the resource centers or overflow. Next slide. Now, we wanted to give you an update on the planning going forward past this winter. And you're aware of HB 440 in the legislative session this year that laid out a plan for Salt Lake County. Overflow needs to be met for next winter. Essentially, right now, the goal for continually is more housing options. So providers, everyone's trying to figure that piece out ongoing. But in addition to that, the Conference of Mayors has met and has formed a subcommittee to evaluate criteria for an overflow for next year, overflows, plural, for next year. And they're working with Salt Lake Valley Coalition to End Homelessness, as well as Salt Lake County staff to provide that. And they'll have a meeting in the next 2 weeks, I assume. Through the summer, potential sites will be located, buildings, property, those kind of things. Discussions will be had between all the entities, all the stakeholders. And then by September 1st, a plan needs to be submitted to the State Office of Homeless Services. If it's not submitted, or if the plan doesn't meet the need, essentially, or people can't agree on it, I guess, then it kicks into the backup options, which we've talked about before, but I want to make sure we're clear about. That state-owned property can be used, but there are some distancing restrictions in the language right now from current resource centers and other buildings of various types. And then also that Salt Lake City, South Salt Lake could not hold the cap on beds for the current resource centers. They could increase those by up to 25% at that point. They could also identify other options that potentially are not state-owned properties, but I think they'd have to be able to preempt local zoning for those things. And that's probably going to be motels, places like that. And so, again, that's the backup option. And I think right now all the effort's being put into the primary option of having everyone agree on some overflow potential. Next slide. We also wanted to update folks on some discussions we've had for months now, at least 6 months now, with various businesses downtown about some needs that they've identified, that the city's identified. Some of them are homelessness related. Some of them sort of overlap but aren't completely homelessness related. The first, and these are some things we talked about months ago before the legislative session, with some specific goals we wanted to align ourselves on with the business community and other partners. Short-term shelter, which was ensuring that as we enforce the camping ordinance, that there were options this winter, and the overflow was opened. We've talked about the MVP program, nightly beds. Quarantine and isolation was also in the Ramada this year, and we haven't talked much about that, but that'll also be ramping down in the next 2 weeks. City services funding was the second objective, and we were able to secure $2.75 million from the state homelessness mitigation funds. That'll be ongoing based on the formula for our city. And then there's also additional funds for overflow locations in the next several years. The third piece was, we call it a high utilizer list, but folks who are misdemeanor level offenses, but we're having a lot of these offenses. And there's a list that the Salt Lake City Police Department social workers have of, let's say, a top 20 list or sometimes a top 50. They could pull these numbers and say, we're having a lot of interaction with these folks who may or may not be going to jail and coming back out, or just getting accruing citations. And are there different ways to sort of intervene here? And so a working group has been set up. It's been meeting with all those entities you see there and some others. There's a top 20 list that they're staffing, very, very in-depth in background on all these individuals. What have they previously been offered? What have they taken for services? What are diagnoses they may have? Housing, previous housing, current housing options, family, whatever it is. And then also looking at the jail discharge process and having an enhanced process when you get discharged from jail, depending on the time of day. and then also national best practices. And there's a small group of this working group that's going to go to Miami, I believe, next week and look at their model, which Denver's actually copied in some way, and see what they're doing with this similar group of folks. What we find right now is that one of the unifying factors for most people we're seeing is mental illness. There are some disability issues with some of the folks that's not mental illness, but it turns out we need a lot more support in that arena, right? We know that our criminal justice system for a long time has really been one of the primary housing options for folks with mental illness. And we know there's treatment there, but we need a lot more support all around this system. So the next piece was increasing behavioral health supports, and there was some limited increase in state funding. I don't think they were fully funded from their ask from the state level. And then the No Refusal Receiving Center is still being built right now in South Salt Lake and is still planning to open next year. And we're trying to figure out, are there other things we could do between now and then as intermediate steps to help folks with more acute mental illness issues that are driving their interaction with law enforcement. And the last piece was more affordable housing money. And we've talked about the $55 million from the state, allocation from the legislative session. Less than half of what was asked for, but it's a great start, and we need to continue that discussion going forward. That was a very quick overview of all those things, but Mr. Chair.
Andrew, just why is this slide called Downtown Business Update? Just because all these things affect businesses downtown, or is there a piece I'm...
Some of these came out of direct interaction with businesses downtown. And so they were identifying concerns they had. The city has met with them multiple times, and we've found ways to sort of bring our interests together and then have some joint efforts during the legislative session, to speak with legislators to the state and say, here's some needs we all have. Here's some things the state could do to help all of us with this. So it's been a joint interaction with them. And we continue to update them on progress and moving forward.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. And all sounds like great progress and updates. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Have we been able to secure placements for the people who are in the Ramada for after April 15th?
Yeah, thank you very much. I should have gone back to that. I appreciate it. Yes, there's a process going forward with the Ramada. There's 3 different programs in there. So the quarantine and isolation run by 4th Street Medical Clinic, those are folks who have COVID symptoms who are being isolated, and generally they have other co-occurring issues as well. It makes them more vulnerable. So they've been in separate rooms there. They are stopping taking intakes, I think, today, or pretty close to this week, because they need 2 weeks to isolate before they close on the 15th. All of those folks are finding very specific placements back in either resource centers or other options. The 150 or so rooms that were used for people that were used in the medically vulnerable rooms, the interior courtyard there, those folks, going back 3 weeks now, have been talked to every day and sort of given priority into the resource centers on a daily basis. A number of them have gone back into the resource centers. Some have said no and want to stick around as long as they can in that building and take their chances after. They can still try and get back in the resource centers at that point. A number came from camping situations, and we knew beforehand that they were likely to go back to camping again versus the resource centers, and that's played out so far. But again, they have 2 weeks still to go to still place folks. The night-to-night beds, which open up and close every day, those are folks who generally are coming from unstructured, unsheltered situations. And so they're likely going to stick around till the 14th and then find other locations as well. Sure. Oh, I should mention, I apologize. As of this morning, 20 of those folks have actually found housing while they've been in the Ramada. I failed to mention that, so sorry.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. A couple of questions that I wrote down. The subcommittee that you mentioned, Andrew, are you on that subcommittee?
Yeah, the mayor technically on the subcommittee, but I believe she's assigned me to go to all the meetings.
Good to know. And then, so one of the things, I attend or have been attending the majority of the resource fairs. Okay. The majority of the resource fairs and Kayak Court when that was in session. And one of the things at the last resource fair that came up, both with some of the clients that we were able to help and talk with, and have come up through things that our VOA volunteers and our judge volunteers have heard from clients that we've been able to connect with, is that our resource fairs are often and almost always connected with an abatement the next day. And that makes it so that we lose a lot of trust. And it is something that I think is frustrating to me. It's frustrating to our clients, and it's frustrating to the programs that we're trying to implement or put in place and help people, because they won't show up. I probably, at the last resource fair over at the library on, 10th West, I helped half a dozen to a dozen people and heard the same thing from all of them. Like, oh, do we need to go clean up now? Because you're just going to bring everyone in because you know where we're at. And that's frustrating, because we're really trying to make sure that we're doing a good job in providing resources to people, and then it's automatically connected with this abatement that, like I said, we lose trust, and we're not getting the same outreach that I think we could have. And I know that Judge Robinson has mentioned this and tries to assure our clients that it has nothing to do with us and what we're trying to provide or what the other organizations are trying to provide. But I hope that somehow this conversation can come up with the county, with the health department, that, I mean, I recognize the need for a cleanup. I recognize the health issues that this can cause if we wait too long. But having it right in the same correlation as these resource fairs really undermines what I think we're trying to do, and what I certainly am trying to do when I go and volunteer my time out there, right? And what all of our volunteers that are out there are doing. So as these discussions continue, and as you have the ability to bend someone's ear, I am asking that this be brought up and discussed in some meaningful way.
Thank you, council member. Definitely do that. We do know from the VOA outreach teams that they intentionally are not there during abatements for that reason. The outreach to camps generally happens very proactively as well. So on a weekly basis on Thursdays, all the entities get together to talk through all the camps that are known within the city limits. And if a new one comes up, outreach goes out immediately to meet with whoever they can, and they'll keep trying to contact with folks multiple times before that. Small ones, big ones, doesn't matter the size of the camp. So there is a lot of outreach that happens prior to that. And then we did outreach around the Ramada this year because we knew a lot of folks are there. Victory Road is going previous, even if we don't have one planned right now, because we have a lot of folks there. So sometimes they do overlap, which is unfortunate. I understand what you're saying completely. There's also some effort to try and make sure they're addressing larger camps wherever they are, or any camps, frankly, on an ongoing basis as much as resources can. But I appreciate the feedback, and I'm taking a note to put it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I just have one further question. Could you give a little more in depth on the no refusal receiving center and the size and location one more time?
Sure. I don't know the details of the building or the size at this point, but it's a large program. A no refusal receiving center is a concept that's been around for decades now. Essentially, it's an intermediate step for law enforcement, between law enforcement and jail or treatment options. And so it's set up essentially as an assessment location. So law enforcement can come across somebody or get called to a situation. Somebody's acting erratically, but it may not be clear if it's substance induced, if it's underlying mental illness, if it's acute trauma, combination of medical factors, all sorts of things. Generally speaking, if it's not a medical issue and they don't go to the ER, they don't have a lot of options other than jail. And so this is a way to take them directly into a place, a physical place with trained staff, medical staff, and law enforcement. And so they'll do an assessment there for 23 hours, sometimes multiple days, and then move them to treatment options directly, stabilization and move to treatment. Oftentimes in these centers, Davis County's got one now, and there'll be about 5 across the state eventually. There is some legal thing attached to it so that you may have potential charges if you don't follow through on certain things. But there's some leverage there to help people who go into the system to avoid a long-term incarceration or permanent charges and get the treatment they need. So that's the concept around it. We can probably get more details for you about the number of beds they're planning on, more specifics as they get into this year. Updates that might be helpful for the council if that'd be interesting.
Yeah, I think it would be. It would be kind of nice just to get a quick update. But no, there's not a location yet. Or
South Salt Lake,
Okay,
so
okay.
by Oxbow, by the jail area.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I'd also like to know, is it just inpatient treatment or will outpatient be available as well?
So the actual location has certain restrictions on it. You can't be there for too long. So they'll have 23-hour beds, and then usually it's a couple days if somebody needs to be a little longer. But it really should be a really immediate triage step, and then you can go to outpatient or inpatient depending on the assessment and the, frankly, the availability of beds as well in the community.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks for the update, and we have an update with Chief Brown.
No, not today with Chief Brown. I wanted to give you one other super quick update that I don't have a slide for. The city is currently hiring dozens of seasonal positions, and some of these are applicable for people ages 16 and over. So tomorrow, well, most of these, I should say, are in our public lands department, so park maintenance and other things. So tomorrow at Jordan Park, there's a job fair from 4 to 6 where people can go check out all the cool equipment they might get to use this summer. Jordan Park from 4 to 6 tomorrow, and talk and apply in person. So just wanted to pass that along to you.
All right. Thank you, Rachel, Weston, Andrew. Appreciate that very much. We'll move on to item number 2, equity update with our Chief Equity Officer, Coletta Lynch.
Good afternoon, council members. I have Ashley with me today. She's our ADA coordinator. So just a few updates. The HRC, which is the Human Rights Commission, they meet every first Tuesday of the month at 5:30. They do have a meeting tonight, and it is open to the public. There is information on the website of how the public can join that meeting. But I just wanted to let you know that the CDA ordinance proposal is coming your way. And CDA is the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And the proposal is going to hopefully require an intersectional gender analysis be conducted every 5 years, which establishes an oversight personnel with the Chief Equity Officer, myself, and whoever may take on this role in the future, and recommends funding to support the intersectional gender equity analysis. So that is forthcoming to you all. Also, the Racial Equity and Policing Commission meets every second Thursday of the month. And so they haven't met since the last time that I gave you all an update, so their information still remains the same. However, that meeting is open to the public, and they look forward to engaging with the public and hearing public feedback. Recently, Chief Brown has worked with our staff, Human Resources, and others in the city to identify BIPOC facilitators and curriculum creators, because as you are probably aware from the first phase of racial equity and policing, the commission recommended that there be a BIPOC facilitator who does training and gives a history of policing to new cadets that come into the police department. And so they are working now on that piece. That curriculum will also include a portion that outlines the history of relationship building with local communities here in Salt Lake City. And I do need to back up for just a moment. The Human Rights Commission, I wanted to acknowledge Councilmember Wharton and the conversation that you brought forth recently about getting the HRC more involved in city processes. So they did identify that some of the areas they want to focus on for policy and procedures in the city has to do with refugees and new Americans, homelessness, and gentrification. So we will be bringing forth more information about how they will be more integral and involved going forward. And then really quickly, I don't think that we've spoke to you all about GARE, which is our Government Alliance on Race and Equity. We are members of this organization. And so in June of 2020, our city was one of the first municipalities to join GARE. It's a national network of governments with over 400 members in 36 states, and it was established to achieve racial equity and advance opportunities for all. So as we continue to work in this area, Darby Egbert is our equity coordinator for special projects. She's also our GARE manager. So should you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to her. However, we wanted to highlight that the GARE membership conference is coming up April 19th through the 21st. And there are employees throughout the city that have been identified as GARE ambassadors in each department. Some of them have been approved to attend this conference, and their main responsibilities are to take GARE implementation back to their departments. They also share and provide guidance on city DEI best practices, efforts, training, and facilitation. And they also are involved in the Equity Lens review process for departmental policies, programming, staff recruitment, and development. I did want to highlight for you all today that in addition to GARE ambassadors, Ashley will be rolling out our ADA Liaisons program. So a different person in each department will be identified as an ADA liaison to help do some similar things around ADA issues and compliance throughout the city. And we also will be rolling out the Language Access Liaisons program through Roxana. So Roxana will be identifying and working with department directors to identify liaisons. We are currently in conversation too about how to help incentivize employees who take on this additional responsibility. So we'll have more information for you there soon. Now I want to yield some time to Ashley for her update.
Hi, everyone. I just want to give you a quick update on the Accessibility and Disability Commission. First, I want to extend a big thank you to each of you for approving the ordinance for that commission. And the next step is reviewing and interviewing the candidates for that commission. The mayor has forwarded 12 candidates that will be interviewed on April 12th and April 19th. And each of these candidates are folks who previously served on the Accessibility and Accessibility Advisory Committee. There are so many names. And each of these candidates, I just want to go over their names with you. The first half are Everett Bacon, Stephen Persinger, Scott Browning, Nate Krippis, Jeff Kenyon, Margot Thurman. Those are the folks that will be interviewed on the 12th. And then the 19th is Todd Claflin, Amy Carmen, Carolyn Campbell, Leah Lobato, Pamela Maurer, and Glennis Wright. And each of these individuals are community members, volunteers, advocates, professionals who either have lived experience and or experience working with people with disabilities. So we're very excited for that to move forward. That would be, if all of those interviews go well, that will be 12 people that hopefully will be appointed to that commission, which will leave 3 vacancies that we will fill with recruitment to get additional voices on that commission that aren't already there. And then I did, as Coletta mentioned, I am overseeing an internal ADA liaison group, and that's comprised of different liaisons from different departments to kind of work on ADA issues as they come up in different kind of arenas of the city. And one thing specifically that we're kind of working on right now, I'm working with IMS and the different liaisons in different departments on web accessibility and just overall accessibility of resources that the city provides to make, to kind of bridge that gap in providing resources and knowledge to folks with disabilities and those who help support them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashley. Appreciate that. Any questions for Ashley or Coletta?
Can I just say thank you for not siloing your work. Like, I acknowledge how much more intensely difficult your work is to not be siloed, and thank you for making it something that just has to be integrated to everything.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say thank you to the departments that have worked with us. We couldn't do this without each and every one of them. So thank you.
I have a question. Are you working with our office as well to identify those ambassadors in the council office for
Yes.
ADA and language?
Yes,
And
I believe the city council liaison is Billy, what's?
Billy.
Billy,
Yes.
Billy, yes, yes. So y'all have your bases covered, yes.
And I will follow up to make sure Roxana and Darby have a liaisons from your office.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Coletta.
Thank
Actually,
you.
appreciate that. Have a
Y'all
good
have a
day.
good day.
Bye. All right, we're moving on to item number 3, which is the one-year action plan for the Community Development Block Grants and other federal grants for fiscal year 2022 to 23 follow-up. And we have Ben, Tony, and Heather at the front table.
Mr. Chair, I understand the focus of the briefing today is on potential funding shifts that council members want to raise. I know there's a few that are in the works. I also wanted to highlight 2 things in the staff report. The responses from the administration are in the new info section. That's the blue font. And unless there's been a recent update, I think we're still waiting for final numbers from HUD for our 4 grant awards. So if this is the last briefing on this topic, it would also be helpful to touch base on funding contingencies, if the final awards are more or less than what they're estimated at. The advisory boards did recommend funding contingencies for each of the 4 grants, so we can walk through those after the funding shifts are discussed.
Okay, we'll do that. So I know there was a couple council members that had some requests for funding shifts. So I kind of open it up at this time to those shifts that anyone had recommendations for.
Okay, I'm just trying to see, is that what's included in? Did you include my requests in here that I talked about, or is that?
I'm happy to review it if you'd like,
Yes.
but since that was after the staff report was published, it's not in there.
Okay.
And just so that it's clear for the members of the public, we typically would not include a proposal from a council member's funding shifts in a staff report, because we would wait until there's a majority who support that proposal in order to include it, and that requires that public discussion. So that's why we tend to have these, even though there have been discussions in the background.
So the items in blue are just answers to questions that were raised, not discussion about changes.
Correct.
Thanks.
Yeah, those are the questions that we asked previously with the answers. So this would be the time frame if you had a request to shift to bring it up.
So I'll go over Councilmember Petro Eschler's shift. It's in Cdbg, the Public Services section. And the proposal is to take funding from number 15. This is Shelter the Homeless Committee Homeless Resource Center Meals, which is recommended for $57,778, and to shift that full amount. It would go to Cdbg Public Services number 25, the YWCA Utah Women in Jeopardy Domestic Violence Program.
So I originally just wanted to split this and give them some, but we have that standard that 30,000 is the lowest, so it doesn't make sense to split it. But after consulting with some other stakeholders and friends who participate, covering meals from other funding sources is something that should not be as onerous to an organization as taking away operating funds. And we have consistently for 5 years provided funding to the YWCA, and removing their funding not only represents a myopic approach to domestic violence needs in our own city, but also could be problematic for them.
Any questions for Victoria? I think that's a good proposal. I kind of agree that it's a good subject that we need to kind of address.
Mr. Chair, are we straw polling these as we go?
Yeah, well, yes, that was the intent of this case, because this section, we can straw poll over any sections that we have on the public services, because that's a set amount of money.
Okay. So I would propose a straw poll that we accept Victoria's proposal to shift the money.
Could I ask a question before we struggle? Councilmember Pietrangelo, I think this is a good suggestion on the face of it, and I understand the need for the program that the YWCA is working on, and I also see this as funding potentially preventing people from becoming homeless, which seems like a more impactful use of that amount of money. The question that I have is that it sounds like you're, can you give me just a little more information about why funding the meals, or like what the other sources for the meals could be, and like why you're confident that they'll be able to fill that gap in another way?
So according to my friends who operate in homelessness, there's kind of, when you operate in any nonprofit in general, asking people to fund your, like, you know, accountant and bookkeeper is not a sexy ask, right? It's a thing that's hard to quantify. However, when you can do campaigns like $5 pays for a lunch, there are grassroots opportunities for fundraising. There are entities that will partner and do in kind more likely. There are many more avenues to do meals, both from nonprofit best practice and from what the people I was consulting with who are actually in the field are saying is a reality they're facing. So whereas, like, if we're asking to fund, you know, the heating bill at a domestic violence shelter, that's not a sexy ask. No one wants to do that. So it's, you know, the general operating comes from grants like this kind of grant. Was that to your point, to your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. Back to Councilmember Fowler's straw poll on accepting the move of funding from the homeless resource meals to the YWCA domestic violence residential services of $57,778. And do I have a thumbs up for the straw poll? Or give me a thumbs up for the straw poll. I guess.
Council Chair, just because we're doing things a little differently, would you mind holding your thumbs up just a little bit higher, close to your ears, or thank you. Thank you very much.
And that is, that's right, that's 7 thumbs up on that.
6.
Okay, 6. All right, I just can't count today. Thank you. With Councilmember Valdemorris absent. Are there any other proposed changes to the CDBG?
Oh, mine's not to CDBG. Is it, Ben? It's at the home.
Home, overall.
So I would be proposing, I originally wanted to move all $317,488 from the Housing Stability Division to Neighbor Works. However, based on, if in this staff report, we have to have 15% in a certain area per federal requirements. So what did we end up coming down with proposing? What was the number, Ben?
So the amount that could be transferred while still meeting that 15% requirement is $171,219.
So I'd be proposing to move that $171,219 from the Home Development Fund in the Housing Stability Division, which that's what we're calling HAND now, right? Okay, to Neighbor Works. And the Neighbor Works program is the Affordable Home Buy Down program. We, in the past, have funded this, although I feel like it came out of Cdbg and not home, but we have funded it in the past. And we have had testimony, a lot of testimony regarding how how this program works and actually really does work for the community members. I mean, I think we've had people come in and during general comment and talk about the fact that they couldn't have bought a house without this program. And so I'd hate to, we've funded it in the past, and I would hate to not fund it this time. Now, if you look in the application, it doesn't show that we funded it, but again, I think that was because it came out of Cdbg and not out of this particular program. Am I right?
Sort of.
Right enough, right?
Right enough. It is a little bit of a new program that they are implementing that's kind of a spinoff of their existing down payment assistance program, but due to the nature of the market, they are rethinking what that needs to look like. So as opposed to maybe a $5,000 to $15,000 down payment assistance grant, they're looking at more of a buy down program to assist a homeowner with getting into a mortgage in the first place. So you're not wrong. It's very similar. It's a spin-off. It's a new and improved version of that previous program.
Okay, even better.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that would be my proposal, and what I would straw poll is to move that $171,219 to NeighborWorks.
Repeat once again, where's it coming from? What line
It's
item?
coming from the Housing Stability Division, the Home Development Fund, which
It's from home number 3
Right.
to home number 2.
Gotcha, okay.
sorry, I don't have the numbers, but, well, I'll leave it at that. That's my straw poll. I think there's further discussion, policy discussions, but that will happen, I think, in the future.
I have a question for Ben. Can you explain to me what the 15% limit is? Because if we're moving it from one home project to another home eligible project, I thought that was a swap we could just make, but what's the 15% floor?
So there is a type of organization called a community housing development organization. HUD requires 15% of the annual award for the home grant go to an organization that is certified as that type, and the additional step of a program that is specifically creating new housing or rental units. None of the applications this year meet that second requirement of the program qualifying. So for example, NeighborWorks is certified as this type of organization, but the application number 2 this year is not a program that qualifies. So the 15% would go to the Home Development Fund, and it could come back to the council with additional policy guidance from the division to say, this is a requirement we have every year. And there could be approaches to encourage additional applications that qualify, and it could be something like a NOFA specifically for this. But since none of the applications qualify, there's not a way to say we can give that 15% to one of the other 4 because they don't meet HUD's requirement, but we still need the 15% to go to that use. So we need additional time to find that use.
So does our Housing Stability Department then have to create a new program that qualifies, or is that a program that we already have? Or
So I think that's the bigger policy question that Councilmember Fowler was discussing, is how does this Home Development Fund program relate to the council's direction from a couple of years ago to have a one-stop shop for developing affordable housing? And so that's what the division would work on, is what are those policy options to meet the council's one-stop shop guidance and HUD's requirement.
okay, but there's no other place we can, okay, that makes sense, thank you.
Yeah, our hands are a little tied on that one.
And Mr. Chair, I'll probably have, after this particular straw poll, a follow-up straw poll with the leftover money.
So, Councilmember Fowler, I'm sorry, under home, 2 and 3, but 2, it says we didn't, this is a new proposal, but did you say we funded it in the past? I'm confused.
We have, and I may turn it over to the table of experts over there, but we have funded this type of program for NeighborWorks in the past, but it came out of the CDBG funds. And what I think we just heard is this is a 2.0 version of that program that we've funded in the past. Is that a layman's almost right way to say all of that?
Yes, very good recap.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you. And then while I was looking for that, I was only half listening to your explanation then about that this is a certified provider, but this isn't a certified program.
Yeah.
What's the this in that sentence?
So NeighborWorks, they are certified as this type of organization, but this specific program doesn't qualify to meet the 15% HUD requirement.
Okay. And so we have to...
So taking the 15% of the funds, putting it in the home development fund, knowing that the division will come back to the council in the future to say, here are some options and recommended policies, because every year we're going to have this 15% requirement. So it's basically putting those funds aside, knowing that they'll come back to the council to say, here's how we want to meet HUD's requirement, and encourage these organizations, which are certified, to also take that additional step of submitting applications that qualify as well.
Okay.
And I assume the RDA is not a certified organization.
You're correct.
So, but Housing Stability is, which is, is not.
No, there are 4 organizations that are qualified. NeighborWorks is one of them. It's also the Road Home, Utah Nonprofit Housing Corporation, and the Community Development Corporation of Utah.
So how can Housing Stability create a program that qualifies but not be a qualified organization and that meet federal guidelines?
Sorry, other way. They're a certified organization, but the specific application in front of you does not meet
not
the
NeighborWorks,
use.
Housing Stability, or our city department that the funding is, the 15% will stay with, is not certified.
Can I jump in, Ben?
Go for it.
Okay.
I'm probably just not, something's not clicking. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. What we would do is set that funding aside for community housing development organizations, or CHODOs, as HUD refers to them. That 15% would be set aside as budget in a cost center until further policy discussions with the council, at which time we could propose eligible projects that could be awarded the funding. We're not going to be the recipients of that funding. We're the administrators of that funding. Does that help add a little bit of clarity?
I think so.
Okay.
And I think I know what Amy's second straw poll is going to be. So
Yeah,
let's do the first
maybe I
one.
can help clarify this as well. So my idea is to take everything but that necessary and required 15% and give it to NeighborWorks. And then with that 15%, put that sort of in the holding account for HAND. Eventually I will get used to your new name, but until I am, for HAND to come and have discussions with the council on policy ideas and things that we might be looking at, and ways that the certified organizations can then, well, really what I envision, and I hope, is that you all, the experts, would come to us with ideas on how we can market or help certified organizations meet the requirements so that their applications get that 15%. Does that make sense?
With this clarification, I like it because what you're explaining is that we're actually just getting the money into the community quicker, and then you all are not being deprived of the opportunity to do something that, you know, was integral to your function. My one concern with this is why is their score so low on their grant application compared to all others? That's a 20-point differential there. That
was one of the questions that came up in the last briefing. The advisory board scored it lower for a few reasons. One of them is there was greater competition this year with larger dollar amounts being requested by the other applicants. And there was also a discussion by the board about the need for NeighborWorks to develop further program guidelines and policies. And the board had a preference this year to prioritize rental assistance and low-income assistance programs instead of the down payment assistance that NeighborWorks is doing.
Oh, I actually want to take issue with that guideline. I think every year that we lose a chance for people to pursue homeownership, it gets less affordable and more difficult to promote homeownership. So I actually would like to take issue with that guideline or that priority that they set.
And if I could flag just a general topic for council members, especially new council members, the scoring is subjective. It's not objective. And so, it's scoring to assist the board and the mayor with adjusting how different priorities every year cause things to sort out. It's not the same as, using objective criteria to score things. And so it's the challenge we have every year, and it is the way it is.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to add just like a little, everybody in this table, I believe, knows NeighborWorks and their incredible track record in my community and the West Side especially, and in my own block. 3 out of the 6 houses in my block are NeighborWorks houses, and those families cannot tell you enough how the power of being able to own a house and own a home and create a community. And this organization just works tirelessly to allow people the possibility of owning a home in this market. So I just wanted to say that, and I will support this shifting of funds.
And I just want to clarify one other thing. I would have asked to shift all 317,000, but for the federal government. So,
Mr. Chair, I'll propose the straw poll that we support the $171 and change $1,000 moving from housing stability into NeighborWorks, as Councilmember Fowler suggested.
Okay, we have a straw poll on the table. Close to your ear. All right.
Close to your
we
ear.
have 6. 6. We're good. We're good with Councilmember Valdemoros absent. Was there a second straw poll there from Councilmember Fowler?
the second straw poll would just be, and I think we've sort of just discussed this, but to hold that 15% in a holding account and have the housing stability peoples come back with what to do next with it. And that it be how we get this, the organizations that are certified can hopefully get that money or ideas of what we can do with that. Does that make sense enough for admin?
Yes, but with council's chair permission. So just kind of like a point of process is that we just want to make sure that we have and are talking about the same thing with a holding account. So everything for our total award and all the activities that council is going to make final recommendations on then didn't need to be approved, hopefully by April 19th, for then to us turn around and do our annual action plan, submit that to HUD, HUD approve that, and so that remaining 143 would be sitting there as for home development fund. They have to review all of the activities, including that one, and then approve it for then us to have access to it. So that's on HUD side. On our side, the city side, it could then just be go into a cost center for that amount with a budget that we then don't touch pending council direction. So that's, it's, if that, or if we can clarify any of that. I'm just trying to think of point of process though.
And then goes back to your question about the rental, the home ownership policy discussions. That's just a further discussions along those same lines. And this goes back to the idea that when we had the priorities for RDA funding, is like, hey, we gave them these priorities and we slimmed them down from 13 to 5 to these 3. And this, as usual, every year we should review those priorities. Not try to change them so much or big changes, but we need to review them. So, thank you, Tony. Heather, Ben, is there anything else we need to go through on this?
I think I think the vote on Councilmember Fowler's second straw poll.
Oh, I thought we just did that. No, we didn't do that one yet. Okay, sorry. So the second straw poll, thumbs up for second straw poll. And you have 6 thumbs up with Councilmember Valamoros absent. And is there any other changes or recommendations for changing to the 11 by 14s? The contingencies. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, since if there are no other funding shifts, then it would be helpful to talk about the funding contingencies, since the final amounts from HUD could be more or less than what we currently have in the funding log. I can review the recommended contingencies, and based on the straw polls that were just taken, I think the council would be interested in adjusting a couple of the contingencies.
You know, those are the contingencies are on the bottom of the back of the section, right?
They're in the staff report on there's a table summarizing it on page 6 and 7. They are also listed in the funding log at the end of each grant section.
Right.
In Cdbg, the recommendation, if there is more funding, is to keep the administration category maximized at 20%, and then add funding to Shelter the Homeless Resource Center meals. Based on the funding shift that just occurred, I am guessing instead of putting the funding toward the meals, the council would be interested in any additional funding going to the YWCA domestic violence shelter.
Honestly, I don't really want to give a whole lot more to YWCA because what we've given them now is within the historic limits of what we've typically given them.
Yeah.
And from a nonprofit administration point of view, that helps them predict cash flow in a more reasonable way. Do we have to abide by the $30,000 minimum? Because
Yeah.
government. Because I wouldn't mind. I would actually like to support meals.
Well, wait a minute. So are we allowed to, because in 17-18 we gave them 34,000. Are we allowed to split it and then to give 30,000 to one area and then supplement the other to get it to 30,000? And what would that take? Am I being clear about what I'm asking?
Not quite.
Okay. So we had 55, let's see here.
Chris, I think I know what you're asking. And my original proposal did this where we took like a little bit from here and a little bit from here.
Well, yeah, yes. So what if we took, instead of giving 57 to 57,778 to YWCA, if we gave them what we gave them last time, which was 37,900, and then whatever the difference is, we keep in for meals, and then if we could make up the difference between that and 30,000, what would that be?
So if I'm following, it would be to transfer 37,000 from the meals to YWCA.
Yes.
And then that assumes that the final award amount is enough to hit the $30,000 minimum for the meals.
Or
no, it's not. I'm saying if we take 37 from 57, so we're going to give that down here, so they still have 20,000 in for meals for Shelter the Homeless, and then we take 10,000 from somewhere else.
So South Valley Sanctuary was the other place that is getting a significant amount in another category and had an overlap. So taking 10,000 from South Valley and shifting it over, South Valley would still get 40,000 in this category, and then 30 would go towards meals, and then 37 would go towards YWCA. And then in that case, I don't mind YWCA getting more money because we're still well within their historic limits for receiving from us.
You can do
So
that.
you're changing the straw poll from the original straw poll to this straw poll of supporting some
Yeah.
37 going to the YWCA and then 10 from the South Valley Sanctuary to meals to get them over 30,000. And then anything, if we have the contingency, if it's over the 20%, we have extra contingency funding. That contingency funding goes to the YWCA.
I would feel at peace with that.
I'm confused. Is this a contingency discussion,
well,
or is it changing the original recommendations? Because the contingency...
Yes, it is. It is a change to the original, so that when we have the contingency, we take the contingency and then we give it to the YWCA. So we'd be updating the original straw poll.
So we will do 30,000 for meals, 37 for YWCA, 40 for, what's the last one? Sanctuary, South Valley Sanctuary, and then anything additional would go directly to YWCA.
Yes.
Correct.
Correct.
That's the straw
Minus
poll.
the 20% cap for administration or whatever.
Yep.
Or anything in addition to that 20% that goes to administration.
Correct. That is the new straw. That is the straw poll.
So
1A.
What if there's less funding then?
Well, if there's less funding, let's go that.
So if there is less funding, the recommended contingency is again to maximize administration at 20%, reduce the neighborhood improvements number 2. This is city transportation bus stop improvements. And to reduce public services number 1, advantage services supportive employment program.
Oh, hi. May I address this? Can we talk about the neighborhood improvement section? Those 3 that are there, and this is the economic development facade program, the target area bus stop improvements, and the ballpark tracks accessible pedestrian crossing. So in this contingency, if there's less funding, then we would reduce some of those, correct?
It would be reducing number 2, the bus stop improvements.
It would reduce the bus stop improvements, but the ballpark tracks accessible pedestrian crossing, this is, to my understanding, one of 5 funding sources for the ballpark area that is sitting there?
The administration has forwarded 5 different requests for funding improvements to the ballpark area. Some of them are currently before you. You may remember in RDA budget amendment number 2, there's $1.6 million for that purpose as an example. One of those 5 is also $3 million from the capital improvement bond, which has been pulled back to be reevaluated by the administration, so that may come back to you in a different form. But you're correct, there have been 5 different requests, this also being one of them, for improvements to the ballpark area.
Which I want to support improvements to the ballpark area. It just, so we know that there's over $1 million, close to $1.5 million, more than $1.5 million,
1.6 million.
Sitting in RDA waiting, I think, to figure out how to be used.
It's up for a second briefing and a vote next week.
Okay. And so $550,000, I guess what does this pedestrian crossing at Ballpark look like? And I would rather reduce that than reduce the bus stop improvements.
So I can speak to that.
Yeah, let's continue this. We still have to go back to the other straw poll. So
Was there a straw poll on?
because we changed the contingency and the straw poll.
We talked about, yeah.
So let's, since we're on the same vein for the ballpark, let's continue there. We'll come back to the straw poll on the other funding.
So this is the 13th South track station on 13th South has no pedestrian crossing for a block in either direction. So you'd have to go all the way out to 3rd West or all the way to West Temple to have a safe way to walk across from the track stop to anything on the south, which we have a lot of actual multifamily apartments that have been built. The Enclave is right there to the south of Lowe's, so you see a lot of people walking across the street. That's also a common direction that people go to get from the track station to the HRC, the Gail Miller Resource Center. So I do want to put a plug in for the necessity for the pedestrian crossings at that track station, because there's a lot of potential auto pedestrian accidents that could happen right there, and so it is an urgent need in that area. So that would be my plug for keeping funding in number 1.
Okay.
With those 5 sources, though, that Amy was talking about, are we being cautious and just identifying all of the multiple areas from which we could get funding for this? Or do those 5 requests represent accurately the amount of funding that's going to be requested to do this project?
Are you asking, is the $550,000 for the tracks improvements
necessary, or is it just a place that we could pull 550 from, and then we wouldn't have to pull it from this other place?
The other funding sources, particularly the $1.6 million in the RDA budget amendment, they're intentionally flexible and they're going into a holding account. And part of that is to wait for the Ballpark Station area plan to finish going through the public process, ultimately coming before you all for adoption. And it will have implementation recommendations, and those would inform the uses of the funds. So
do we have any projections or schematics for what kind of protected crossing? Like, if we're putting in a whole pedestrian footbridge, I can see this becoming very costly. If we're doing the blinking lights that we get on the river trail, you know, with a stoplight, that's starting to feel like 1.6 million might suffice. Like, do we have any ideas drawn up for this, or any input on the scope of the project?
Are you talking about for the pedestrian crossings?
Yeah.
I think it's just literally a crosswalk. Like, I don't think it's
okay.
So this is just
for a
project specific that will be completed within a year.
I respect asking from multiple sources. Like, look, in nonprofit, you ask for 4 times the amount that you're looking to get because you expect 3 rejections for every 1 acceptance. I got that, but that does, you know, lend gravity to what Councilmember Fowler is talking about here, and if this actually does have flexibility to it in my mind.
May I add to that as well? Is that okay? When they presented the Transportation Division to the board, they indicated that this is the only source of funding they are requesting for this particular project, and this is what they anticipate the cost to be.
Okay.
So they said that if they had a choice, it sounds like the target area bus stop improvements is more scalable.
Okay.
They'll do as much or as little as they have funding to do, but this project is less scalable than the other one, which is why the board made the recommendation that they did.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, very quick. I know that this is somewhat, not relevant to this specific pedestrian crossing, but this weekend, someone in Councilmember Mano's district died, crossing a street, or, and I think it will also signify a lot to this community that, this is an important project. And we obviously have an issue with crossings in the city. It's a very dangerous time these days to be in the streets and walk. If we cannot find the money in other places, I believe that we probably should support this as is.
Okay. Thank you for that discussion. So back to the motion, or excuse me, the straw poll. The straw poll is...
You want me to help?
I'll let you do it because it is your straw poll.
$30,000 to shelter the homeless for the meals. $40,000 to South Valley Sanctuary for their domestic violence case manager housing assistance. And then $37,778 to YWCA, and any potential increases from an increased revenue will go to YWCA.
Can I?
I think is that how you read it, Ben?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can I make a quick, suggest a friendly amendment? Can we say any overages stay with South Valley instead of YWCA?
I want it to stay in the city.
Oh, well, that's a good point.
Okay, so we have the straw poll from
South
Councilmember.
Valley also is getting a nice chunk from another pot for similar services too.
Okay, so we have a straw poll from Councilmember Petro. Thumbs up for the straw poll. 6 high thumbs up with Councilmember Valdemoros absent on that first contingency.
Thank you all for dealing with our minutia and tediousness.
So if there are no other changes to the CDBG contingencies, we can go to ESG. The ESG contingency, if there is more money, is to maximize administration at 7.5%, and then to equally distribute remaining funding between number 2, Family Promise Salt Lake Community Family Shelter, number 3, First Step House Homeless Resource Center Program, number 10, Volunteers of America Women's Resource Center, and number 11, VOA's Youth Resource Center. So after maximizing admin, the remaining amount would be split between those 4.
Any questions? Do we need a straw poll to say yes, we agree? I think you're getting a head nod that we're good there.
If there is less money for ESG, the recommendation is to keep administration maximized and spread out the reductions across all of the agencies while keeping them above the $30,000 minimum. So that's basically spreading the pain as far and thinly as possible.
And you're getting another thumbs up and a nod up.
Okay.
So
then we can go to home. If there is more money for home, the recommendation is to maximize administration at 10% and add the remaining amount to the home development fund. And if there's less money, it's to take it away from the home development fund. So the recommendation is to balance either way on the home development fund.
Mr. Chair, I would ask that if there's more money, that any remaining money go into NeighborWorks and or split in all of the other. I'm fine splitting it between everyone but home. Sorry, hand.
And we have to maintain that 15%,
Yeah,
so that
just
may
maintain the
require,
15%, but then if
that would require an
if there's
adjustment there.
more money, then it would just be, I would propose either, I'm open for discussion, either give whatever that remaining money is to NeighborWorks or split it between the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 organizations that are being funded.
I would like to see the 15% maintenance and then NeighborWorks. A house just went up on Catherine Street for $486,000 today.
So I
They're gonna
will,
need all the help they can get.
I guess my straw poll would be then any overages would just go into NeighborWorks.
that's the straw poll. That's the straw poll. Okay, all in favor of the straw poll, thumbs up. 6 high thumbs up. Councilmember Valdemoros is absent.
And then, oh, never mind. I did math in my head, well, the concept of math in my head, so I got that answer to my.
That's it for under the current funding.
So we still need to go through HOPWA. It's the last contingency. If there is more HOPWA funding, the recommendation is to maximize administration, which is at 3%, and add funding to number 4, the Utah Community Action Housing Supportive Services, up to $235,000. And if there is still remaining funding, to give the rest to number 1, Housing Connect Tenant-Based Rental Assistance.
Is there any likelihood for that big a shift? That feels like, that's what it feels like a very big overage. Is there any historical precedence for that much of an overage?
For Hopwa,
Yeah.
we have
Yeah.
been given word that there's a potential
Okay.
significant increase.
mean,
We
it would
just
be
don't
exciting.
yet know exactly what that will look like.
That would also be in keeping with the 6-year trend where HOPWA has more than doubled, which is a great thing. We're not seeing that with the other 3 grants.
Okay.
I think you got a good nod. We're good there.
If there is less funding for HOPWA, keep administration maximized at 3% and reduce number 4, community action, down to $165,000.
Yes, we're good there.
Okay. I think that's everything, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ben, Tony, Heather. Appreciate the discussion and the energy that you put into this. So thank you.
I will update the funding log and email out an updated copy. So if you see anything that you thought you said something else, let me know. It's not scheduled for a vote tonight, so there is time to do a little more review.
And that voting would be on the 19th. This is on the consent agenda tonight.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Council. Thanks,
Thank
Council
you.
Chair.
Thank you.
Good discussion there, Council. Next item is item number 4, the Community Recovery Committee ARPA funds briefing. Ben's still here. And we'll have, is Rachel and Katie and Mary Beth Thompson. Thank you for joining us. Ben, I turn the time over to you.
This is the first briefing for the ordinance amendment that is before you. I want to point out there are actually 2 things before you, and they're both related. So you may remember back in October in budget amendment number 4, one of the items in the budget amendment was $4 million for creating this new program. What is also before you is an ordinance amendment to create a committee that would review, recommend, and in some instances approve some of that $4 million. So if the council supports what is proposed, you would need to act in the budget amendment to release the $4 million, as well as adopt the ordinance amendment to create the committee overseeing the $4 million distribution. So I'm going to give an overview of the committee, how the process would work, and then there are several policy questions as well. You'll notice the staff report is split between an overview and the policy questions. The $4 million is proposed to be split into 2 separate offerings. $2 million for business assistance grants. This would be administered by the Economic Development Department, and another $2 million for nonprofit assistance grants, and that would be overseen by the Community and Neighborhoods Department. The Community Recovery Committee, they would act similar to the advisory boards that provide recommendations on HUD grants and CIP projects. So the council would receive recommendations from this committee about how to spend those funds. There is a requested delegation of authority. So if there is a request for up to $50,000, whether for the business assistance grants or the nonprofit grants, if it's $50,000 or less, the council would delegate authority to this committee to make that final award decision. If it's more than $50,000, then it would still come back to the council to make the final decision. And that's one of the policy questions is, does the council support that $50,000 amount as where you want to draw the line? Hypothetically, the committee could make 80 awards of $50,000, and that would spend all the money, and none of it would come back to the council for final decision. So if you wanted to delegate the authority, but make sure some of the funding comes back to you for a final decision, you could put a cap. For example, you could say up to $1 million of the total could be approved for grants of $50,000 or less, and that means the remaining $3 million would come back to the council for final decision. It's important to point out that of the total ARPA funding the city has received, which is almost $85.5 million, the council has approved $33 million in budget openings. So 39% of all the ARPA funds have been budgeted. And the next annual budget will likely need significant ARPA funding because the funding that has been approved using ARPA is mostly for ongoing costs. These are existing and new programs and employees. So we just want to keep our eye on the total amount of ARPA we have left. All of the grants in both of the programs would need to be for eligible activities under the Treasury's final ARPA guidance. There is also a requirement for reporting and spending deadlines. So this does create a workload on the finance department and the attorney's office for each one of those grants to make sure they're being used for eligible activities and then reporting the information back to the federal government. There are some specific categories identified for nonprofits. If you're looking at the ordinance, it's section 2.20.040A, and I'll run through those quickly. The categories are offering services to retrain displaced workers, providing legal or other assistance for evictions or rent relief, expanding educational opportunities, deploying resources to mitigate the digital divide, supporting parents or children affected by the pandemic, so things like childcare, after-school programs, and providing access to healthcare services, including mental health support. And any nonprofit, they're not limited to those categories. If they have an idea that is ARPA eligible, they can still apply. But those are specifically identified categories signifying the policy priorities for the city. On the other hand, for businesses, there are not specific categories called out. They are generally focused on small and local businesses, including artists and artisan businesses. So there's not specific categories for the business assistance. Those are broader, more flexible. It is a time-limited board. Section 4 of the ordinance, it has a sunset date. So whichever occurs sooner, the $4 million is fully spent, or the deadline to spend the funds passes. When either of those conditions are met, the committee will no longer be an official city board.
Is it date spent or date just appropriated?
So it's, if I remember, December 31st of 2024, and that's when they have to be spent. So not just like obligated, but it's been fully spent out of the account. Yeah. As an official city board, there are several requirements that they would need to meet, including the State Open and Public Meetings Act. So these will be public meetings where people can come and observe and comment. The membership of the committee is an exception to other city boards in that this committee would be formed of members from 4 other boards. That's an exception to the normal city practice. Typically, you're only allowed to serve on 1 city board, so you can maximize the opportunity for residents to participate in the local government. This committee would have members from the Human Rights Commission, the Business Advisory Board, the Racial Equity and Policing Commission, and the Economic Development Loan Fund Committee. One of the policy questions is if there should be an odd number of members on the committee to avoid tie votes. Since 4, they could be split. If the council does approve the committee and the program, the timeline moving forward would be 2 requests for proposals, one for the business grants, one for the nonprofit grants. There would be a 1-month window for applications to be submitted, and then the committee would meet to review, rank, recommend funding, approve funding for grants that are $50,000 or less. Grants that are more than $50,000 would then go to the mayor. The mayor may have a separate set of recommendations, and then those would go to the council for final review and approval. There are several policy questions on pages 2 and 3. I've touched on a few of them. I'll just highlight a couple more. The council might be interested in setting a minimum amount. The minimum amount for HUD grants is $30,000, as we just discussed. And that's intended to balance the burden of administering these funds while still creating a meaningful public benefit. No minimum amount is recommended, but you could establish one if you want. The other questions are if there are some equity considerations that you would like to add into the proposal. Some examples we've heard from your recent discussions are women-owned or minority-owned businesses being a policy priority, food insecurity, and some of the root causes of homelessness like domestic violence. The last one I'll mention is applicant notification and assistance. Is 1 month enough time? What resources will be available to assist applicants? Is there a place they could come in to get help in person to fill out the application or to ask questions? If that's something the council is interested in, making sure that to have a level application field, that everyone gets the assistance that they may need, whether it's translation or language services or technical support. So I will end my overview there.
Appreciate that, Ben. Any questions, Councilmember Romano?
Ben, thank you for that overview and those excellent policy questions, which I am interested in discussing, but I have, I think, a more basic question about the program. And I've gotten a little bit of feedback offline, but I'd like to ask it in public. I think the question, I'm still trying to get to where I'm understanding why $4 million to businesses or nonprofits is the best use of the ARPA money over something like permanent supportive housing or deeply affordable housing, which I think we know is a serious need in our community. And so I think the questions I have are, like, what kind of organization, like, for instance, when we did our first out of the gate $1 million of small business funds when the pandemic hit, I thought that was an incredibly good use of $1 million. And I wish it could have been $4 million then, because it was right at the beginning of that pandemic. There was so much uncertainty. We were able to move that money quickly, and I think that really helped small businesses. I'm wondering if $4 million now, we're over 2 years into the pandemic, is that $4 million going to help businesses that otherwise wouldn't be able to make it? Or if a business hasn't been able to stabilize in 2 years, is that not going to be enough to support that business? And how many businesses are we going to be able to support? I think the economy has moved in a direction that is, I think overall our economy is doing a lot better than any of us would have expected 2 years ago. So I'm wondering if, in terms of pandemic recovery, this is the highest and best use of that $4 million. And so I think I just need a little more understanding about which specific businesses are struggling right now. And I think the nonprofit's an easier sell for me, because nonprofits are always struggling with funding and are always doing things that are maybe less tied to the economy but helping individuals and residents. But like small businesses, I'm a small business owner myself, and I just feel like a lot of that PPP money and the EIDL money and all the stuff that came from the SBA, a lot of it really did help businesses, but a lot of it didn't necessarily go to businesses that actually needed it. And I'm wondering, how are we going to make sure that this is helping local businesses in Utah that really need the money and for whom that money is significant enough to make a difference? Whereas if we're 2 years into the pandemic and these businesses haven't been able to stabilize, is this just going to delay the inevitable? Or how can, I think I need a little bit of an illustration as to why this is actually going to help people, as opposed to something that I think I can quantify, which is like, okay, put out this money into affordable housing, and we know that that's a need in our community. So I don't know who, maybe Rachel, looks like you're ready to answer, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Romano. You asked a lot of really good questions in that question. in that
That's
series
lawyer
of
talk
questions.
for objection. That was a compound question.
Thank you. I think one of your bigger questions was, is this the highest and best use for pandemic recovery money? And I think, there's so many pressing needs. There's lots of places we could put $4 million that, could be useful or needed. And it's hard to, it's harder now, I think, as this has been such an attenuated process since we first came to the council with kind of our overarching package for how to appropriate, or our thoughts on how to appropriate the rescue plan money. And in context, just as by way of background, we had proposed, several different buckets, right? We had proposed money to go to our immediate needs, the community's biggest needs as we saw them at the time, which was really housing and the spike in crime, or homelessness and the spike in crime, not housing, homelessness. And we had proposed, a longer-term strategy around the social impact investment. And then we had proposed this way of we had proposed also the West Side Community Initiative that would, hopefully help with that longer-term, wealth building and housing strategy. And then we had proposed this $4 million to really try to get out into the community and be responsive to a lot of the nonprofits and small businesses that both the mayor's office and I think council members were hearing from at the time. To your point, maybe that has shifted in the last 9 months, but I think, I'd like to give Ben and Lorena a chance to comment more specifically on the kinds of businesses that they are still hearing from to cast a little bit more light on that. I think, to your point about the nonprofits and the arts and artisans applications, this year the mayor's office had over $600,000 worth of requests just for our small ACE grant funding, and we only have $200,000 to fund. So not to use that as great evidence, but extrapolating from there, I think that there's still a lot of need out there for small organizations. And part of our goal with putting it out this way was to hear from the community themselves on what the needs were, as opposed to pre-assuming what the needs were and trying to give them, to certain organizations really prescriptively. So that's why we had proposed doing it this way. And then, having the amalgamation of those different boards and commissions to review the applications was, another layer of community involvement here that could help us make sure that we were really trying to meet the needs of the community. So with that, if Ben or Lorena want to chime in on the specific businesses, they should.
Yeah, Lorena, come on up. You're more than welcome to join us. Thank you.
It is so nice to see everyone. Thank you, Rachel. I think all your questions are right on target. In fact, I'd like to introduce Kathy Rigby, who is here in the audience. She is our ARPA project manager, and Todd Anderson is our project coordinator for ARPA. We had the opportunity last summer to literally walk the neighborhood, especially the areas where there was construction taking place. And a lot of the things that we heard is that, first of all, they appreciate what the city is trying to do to support them when it comes to construction, but they share with us how difficult it is for them to basically get back to where they used to be in terms of their success of their business. Some of these entities were barbershops, restaurants, coffee shop, tattoo shops. We even had some professional services like advertising agencies. And what has happened to them is that many of them, you mentioned the ELP, the $1 million, which I think it was incredible. And the community really received that at a time where they really needed it. 52 businesses actually benefited from that. My understanding is the applications were about 300 to 400. So we can see that the demand is huge. But at the same time, I think what's critical here is the fact that many of those businesses, many businesses did not receive some of the federal funding, the PPP. They didn't receive other sources. So there is right now still a demand. We're now dealing, you're absolutely right, the economy is doing so much better. Utah, we're lucky, Salt Lake City. and yet many businesses are dealing with inflation. So it's costing them a lot more to produce what they need to in order, they're charging their clients a lot more, their customers. They're having a hard time getting people to come and work for them in terms of their wages. Minimum right now, we're looking at $15. Most entities are paying that. So in as much as there is good momentum, I think this is the time where we need to provide that support to ensure that these businesses actually do recover. And many businesses actually have gone under. I was walking in my neighborhood and there was this really great restaurant, 108 went under right there on, in my own neighborhood. So it's still happening. So I think this is a good strategy. You asked how we're going to get back and make sure that the right people get it, because we have canvassed some of those communities that really need it. We have a really good list of business entities that do need these grants. And we have incredible partners like the Black Chamber of Commerce, the Swazo Business Center, and we're going to be tapping into all those partners in order for us to get the word out, and to get the word out that says, if you didn't receive some of these government programs assistance before, now is your time. And Kathy is bilingual. In our department, we have 6 individuals who are bilingual, but we will work really closely with Caleta's team to ensure that we also tap into other languages in terms of language needs within our community outside of Spanish.
I'd like to amplify what you said too. Even those of us who received the federal assistance, when you are a small organization or a small business, your margins are equally small. And so now that the federal assistance is gone, now that we're in this landscape, like in my case, our earned income contracts are not coming back at the rate that my employees' hourly salaries need to increase. So even having been stabilized for 2 years, this is almost a more dangerous period in some ways for those of us who are trying to regain stability. It's like the top is wobbling after having been destabilized. And especially for those small orgs that don't qualify for the larger scale kind of investments, $50,000 would mean everything to my organization right now. And I know several small businesses, I'm nonprofit, but I know several small businesses where it would be the difference between 6 months of viability to reestablish those contracts and those other things. And, affordable housing is good, but people have to have incomes too. So investing on this side in some measure is necessary as well.
I mean, I guess based on this conversation, if it really is for small businesses and small organizations, then I actually think that policy question number 4 needs to be flipped. And rather than a minimum award, we should be doing a maximum award so that it could spread out as much as possible, and so that we're not just awarding $500,000 to one important but larger organization, which feels not very equitable to me. So I would actually say we flip that and make a maximum award, so that and make sure that we are awarding it to organizations for whom that maximum award is still significant, and not just the organizations who have the staffing or have the ability or have the connections with government to be able to know how to apply for those awards. Make sure that it's going to those businesses that actually need it, ideally the ones that didn't receive federal funding, and the ones that typically don't even know about it, which is super hard for your team, Lorena, to find those businesses that don't even connect with us. But those are the ones that I see. I guess my concern is that it's going to go to a business that we all know and love, or businesses that we all know. I don't have one in mind, but businesses we all know and love, but that traditionally get help because they have connections and resources. So that's what's important.
I want to support everything you said, except I really vehemently want to say that federal funding cannot be the guideline, because PPP was so well executed and we really did get into our community so deeply. I do not want that to be the disqualifier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that is part of the reason we want this community review committee as well, just to make sure that, we are looking at this with a lens that's not just who's in the mayor's office or whoever they happen to contact in economic development. Not that I think our staff would make those decisions, but, if you know people, it's easier to access processes, right? So I agree with you. And
Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Mono, because I was looking at this program here and going back to the earlier comments we made when we gave out those grant money and we had specific dollar amounts, date required, programs we're going to give money. And I see this as almost in the same vein, but with a lot more dollars out there to give out. So a minimum level, and I'm asking this because I applied for it. Is it one time, or do you have a date? Everyone's got to have all their applications and their grants request in, and then we outline them and we provide grant money at that time. And how do we divvy it out and making sure that we're providing everyone the opportunity, not just the ones who have the writing capabilities or the know-how to get an application in and get the funding in?
A couple of things. We have been talking about this extensively because we want to ensure that the one that needed the most do actually get it. We were looking at situations like, what if we partnered with the city library and used computers and had technical assistance and training at those locations, and we provide that type of training, I would say in several languages, depending upon what's needed within our community. So I think absolutely that we need to be very cautious. We're steward of this pot of money that needs to go into the community and really help the ones that need it the most. And the community engagement, community outreach is going to be critical. And I believe it's going to be something that we all need to do because we all know someone or an entity that may need these funds. So the other thing that I want to be cautious in, just talking to my team, because I learned so much from them because they're out there with the community. They said if you put, let's say you're going to only allow $50,000. Some businesses don't have that. They cannot show you receivables for $50,000, but they can show you receivables for $10,000, $11,000. And I know that's probably more work, but I just want to also caution sometimes when we put limits, we leave a lot of people out that could be positively, receive a lot from just applying for $15,000, $20,000 instead of, let's say, $50,000.
Okay, yeah, I also agree with that. Maybe there isn't a minimum. You have to set a minimum just because of the administrative costs. I want to go back to the split. It's $2 million for economic development, $2 million to CAN. Is there, if economic development, I can't imagine them not being able to spend the $2 million, but is there a need? Is it 50-50? Is it 60-40? Is it 70-30? I know it's probably okay, we're going to go 50-50 here. Was there more thought than that in the split, and can we move it from one to the other if we think there's more need in one area than the other area?
Mr. Chair, I don't want to speak for the Community and Neighborhoods team, but I think that our approach here was that there was more than enough need for both. And originally we had planned on proposing more money for this bucket. So I don't think either department will have trouble dispersing that money into the community. I mean, you're going through the Cdbg process right now too. So you see a lot of the need out in the community, and there's plenty.
Yeah. And one more time, and I'll give it back up, sorry. One more question on the delegation. I'm kind of hesitant on delegating our financial obligations to the staff. I'd rather see the delegation staying with the council members. And that's just my thoughts on that right now.
And to clarify, that's responding to what's in the proposal is that anything under 50,000 would be approved by this board, by this staff level board, and not.
Yeah, I would rather keep it with the council at this time.
Mr. Chair?
Hold on just one more second, yeah. Because I think we have Victoria, then we have Amy, then you. Oh. I think you have a response.
Mr. Chair, just that it becomes just really time consuming for the council as well to process those applications, and I completely understand and respect the desire not to delegate, but the idea is to get the money out into the community faster. So we tried to propose, something that wasn't, that would be acceptable, but appreciate that
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Fowler had.
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. So a couple of questions. First off, and I don't think that, I think it was asked but maybe not touched upon, is this going to be in the $4 million proposal? And either through the housing part of it or the business part of it, is this a rolling application where anybody could come in and try to access this money at any time? Or is this, we are putting a deadline on it and all applications must be in, and then the committee will review the applications and go from there?
The transmittal stated it would be a 1-month application window. So all the applications received within the month would then be reviewed by the committee. So if you miss that 1 month, then you're not in the running for the money.
Okay.
So the approach is, I guess, more akin to either the Cdbg process or the NOFA process, where you consider all the funds at one shot.
Okay. So recognizing that, 'cause that's what I thought, recognizing that and knowing that, sure, we have to process all of the applications. If we're processing all of the applications at one time, then even if we get, a million applications and several of them are under 50,000, how does that change processing the applications? I'm anticipating we're going to get a lot of applications for this money, such that we couldn't create a process that is similar to HUD and CIP, where there would be an advisory committee that would then come here for us to make the final decisions, even if that were under the $50,000 threshold or above the $50,000 threshold.
So it would be like the Cdbg process where the council approves dozens and dozens of things in one shot. I don't know.
I just asked Katie to come up here in case there was some separation of powers issue that I didn't want to step into. So that's all.
And Councilmember Fowler, my understanding is that's a little bit what this is intended to be, where it's the one-shot application. They all come in, the committee reviews it, then those recommendations go to the mayor. The mayor considers all the recommendations and may, in fact, make recommendations or changes of her own. And then that package comes to the council as a, sort of a one-shot consideration. That's how I had been thinking about it, and I think that's how the administration had been too, because these funds have to be spent by December 31st, 2024. So it's a very short time frame to deploy and then have these organizations spend their money.
Right. But my understanding is that in that process, what I'm hearing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm hearing is that within that process, if there was an application under 50,000, that recommendation would not come to the council. That would be made by this independent staff level committee board, right?
That's right, and I think to the Chief of Staff's point, that was sort of the balancing between deploying money quickly and then also having a package of recommendations that would go to the mayor and then the council for the bigger amounts. So it's a balancing question.
Sure. I guess my concern is, and I recognize, again, going back, that there's a lot of work involved, but if you're sitting down and processing all of the applications and looking at all of them, then the recommendation, you're having that discussion, whether you're then at that point making the decision or then giving a recommendation, right? You're still making having that discussion within that committee level, such that I would hope that whether the amount of the application doesn't necessarily, of course it plays a role, right? But you're probably, I would hope, evaluating all of that as you're looking at how the funds are spent. So going to this idea of whether there be a threshold where the committee would just make the decision. I don't see anything wrong with just bringing all of those applications to the committee the same way we do with CIP and what we've just done with HUD, because you're already having that discussion. And I know exactly what you may be thinking over there.
No, I'm actually going to agree with you, because especially with Councilmember Mono's amendment, if we actually want to incentivize maximum instead of minimum, it makes more sense for us to just make formal, either the committee has all the say or we retain all of our say over the process. Because I do think that his amendment is probably more necessary to make sure that we target that demographic that keeps falling through other holes.
Right. And I think, again, to add to that, I recognize the need to get the money deployed quickly, but we need to get all of the money deployed quickly, not just those applications that are under $50,000, but all of it. And so I think making sure we're within the same process, it just creates, in a lot of ways, I think we're addressing, if we continue the same process, we're addressing some of the issues that have been brought up by my co-council members, because a lot of people who have gone through CIP or Cdbg or can also be aware of what this next process looks like, right? We're still adding to it. And so for me, I think we can still deploy it as relatively quickly as it can get on an agenda, and we're following through with all of the same transparency and processes that we've done in deploying any other funds that we have. So that's my pitch for having an advisory committee. I appreciate the people that have been listed, or the organizations rather, the other boards that have been listed as members of that advisory committee. I think we could add to it, or maybe get some community members involved in that board would be interesting and helpful, I think, for all of our boards when we see people who want to volunteer for that. But again, that's going to take some time to get a committee going. But then have it go through that same process where then we get recommendations and do this process that we just went through.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Pui?
I think everything was said here, but yes, I struggle with the idea of delegating this authority to. I don't understand the purpose of that. I know that saving time to this council is I appreciate that. I think that means a lot. But also creating a board that represents all the districts, and we know that District 2 has sometimes struggles filling boards. And I struggle with the idea that we're going to do that efficiently, and I'm going to have to struggle, to fill up a board at some point, like we've been doing for the last couple of months. I prefer to obviously have this committee have a recommendation like we have done, and I think this council can be efficient. We just made a bunch of amendments to the Cdbg and HUD very quick, and I think it was very efficient. I think we can handle it. I really believe so.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to address the board makeup question about having an even number of board. I think first question I have is, does that 12-member board, 4 from each of these 4, or 3 from each of 16? What's the number?
Sorry, it's a 4-member committee.
Oh, one
member from each of the 4 current
boards. It's really small. Okay, so that 4-member committee would review both the nonprofit and the business applications, not like some of each. I would say it's probably better to have an odd number, and I would request that the odd number comes from either the Racial Equity and Policing Commission or the Human Rights Commission, just because I think it's important. For me, this is really important that we deploy these funds with an eye towards equity. That's, I think, a citywide goal, but something specifically when we're handing out cash to organizations, I want to make sure that we're as equitable as possible in how we do that. So I would request that it's a 5-member board and the additional person comes from one of those 2, or maybe it becomes a 9-member and we get 2 from each, and that way we could fulfill Councilmember Pui's request of having, we may be able to fulfill the request of having at least 1 person from each council district, making sure that the east and the west side is represented. But that would be my suggestion for the board makeup.
Thank you very much. So I think we were fairly clear. I think Councilmember Fowler was very clear on just explaining our desires of putting them all together, and we can just, like we voted on CBDG funding, we can do that. And Councilmember Manos on an odd number, 9 is better than 4, but we also don't want 45 people on the board either, because we do want to be able to make this thing move efficiently as possible.
Council Chair, I would like to caution that Cdbg is not efficient from the lens of the applicant.
Oh yeah, I'm just talking about the process of
Our process has not been efficient. We are a month into discussions about this. We need to commit to making it more expeditious, and to the small groups, we need to push when this funding comes before us. This is from the standpoint of someone who would be depending on this money.
And one question.
It's been a long time since application to check in hand.
One thing we struggle with in the Cdbg process is the requirements from the federal government about public hearings. And one advantage to this situation is that technically you've already checked the public hearing box because the money was subject to public hearing as part of the budget amendment discussion. I think there may be some criticism if you don't have a public hearing once we receive the recommendations from the administration on who's receiving the money. And so that's just a balancing test for you guys to weigh. You're not, I mean, I'll defer to Katie. I don't think they would be required to have a public hearing when approving the final allocations, although their choice too is, up to them.
I agree, Jennifer.
Yeah, I was just saying that the ranking and the funding portion, not the other inefficiencies.
Mr. Chair, I just to add to this conversation, the part that are trying this proposal is trying to cut is us, who I think we been efficient. So cutting us.
As long as we commit to it, I just want to remind us.
And I believe so. We are committed. And just to bring up PPP. I mean, I was working last year at the end of the year trying to get information into Magna about PPP. And you will be surprised how many small businesses didn't get the information. And it wasn't as ideal as it was. Many of these organizations, many businesses of color, didn't believe that this was true.
Right.
They did not believe that this money was for reals. They thought, and I was calling with a friend of ours, Rudy, calling these businesses, and they thought we were a scam.
Which is why activating Swazo Business Center, Black Chamber, the Pacific Island Business Alliance, those sorts of things are going to be crucial. But yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the discussions. Lorena, thank you very much. You skipped out early. Rachel, thank you. Katie, thank you. Thank you. Ben, thank you. Appreciate that discussion. We're on to item number 5, break. And we'll get back on time here at 16:25 or 4:25. All right, we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Thanks. Lake City. And we'll move on our work session to item number 6, informational plan status updates for the Community and Neighborhood Department, CAN. At the table, we have Nick Tarbett and then Blake Thomas, the Director of CAN, Tammy Hunsaker, and Angela Price. Come on up. Go ahead, Nick.
Since we have limited seating, I'll hop off once I'm done doing a quick introduction for them.
Okay,
if that's
great.
all right.
Thanks.
I'll be moving for you guys. Okay, while Taylor's pulling up the presentation for the CAN staff, I'll give a quick introduction. Today, the council will be briefed by CAN staff about projects currently in process that may have an impact on growth and development in the city. These projects may include housing-related ordinances and plans, zoning and planning changes, and an overview of master plans that have been adopted, are in the process of being adopted, or in any other related issues that impact the function of city neighborhoods and businesses that come under CAN's responsibilities. The goal of this briefing is to give the council a holistic view of the many projects CAN is responsible for and how these projects interact with each other, so that when the council is asked to consider any of these items, they'll have a full context of all the related issues. Due to the anticipated interest in each of these items, the chair and the vice chair asked that this briefing be divided up into 2 segments, one today and then one potentially at a future council meeting. It's anticipated there's going to be a lot of questions from council members on these, so that's why we're doing that. Additionally, in the coming weeks, the City Council will receive separate updates from CAN staff on Thriving in Place, which is the previously named the gentrification study, and the fleet block. So that's what we're doing here today. I will now turn the time over to CAN staff, and I will go back to the audience.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Thanks for the opportunity to brief you, Council, on the city's housing efforts. I was hired at the end of August, early September 2020. This is my first time in person. So feels good. I've heard a lot about the hot seat, so I'm really excited.
Is it scarier now?
Yeah.
It should be. I'm just kidding.
Feels like a rite of passage to be here in person. I know we have limited time, so I'm just going to set the table really quick for Angela and Nick, and we'll give an update that piggybacks on a December 2020 presentation that we gave. So today we're going to talk about how the Department of Community and Neighborhoods is working to create more equitable and affordable housing landscape in the city. We'll be focusing on 4 things: legislative changes from this past session that impact housing, growing SLC, which is our 5-year housing plan, ordinances that the department is working on with the ultimate goal of council adoption, and plans and studies that are underway. The presentation today isn't going to go in depth on all the programming and services that our housing team provides, but I want to mention that those are significant. In brief, we want to portray that the housing team manages millions of federal dollars that we pass through to help stabilize rent, provide mortgage assistance, support individuals experiencing homelessness, and provide housing rehabilitation work. In short, they do the work of preserving affordable housing and protecting tenants, keeping residents in their homes, essentially. Next week, April 12th, we're scheduled to provide a briefing on the Thriving in Place study and housing loss mitigation. So please note that we're not intending to go in depth on those items today, but are excited and ready to next week. So the remainder of our presentation will be as follows. Angela Price, the CAN Policy Director, is going to give the overview of the 2022 legislative requirements and an overview of growing SLC and update. And then Nick Norris will give an overview of our ordinances that are in the works, as well as existing and developing plans. So thanks for your time, and I'll turn it over to Angela.
Thank you, Blake. Cindy Lou, are you guiding slides or?
Sorry, it's Taylor Hill online.
Oh, okay, Taylor, do you mind advancing us one more slide, please? Thank you so much, Taylor. Well, thank you guys so much for having us here today. It's great to see you all and not be huddled over our salad and side salad at LPC. But it was really great working with all of you guys during the session, and just want to acknowledge the support that we had from the council. It was incredibly helpful to have you guys up there working with us. So just want to thank you and acknowledge that work that you guys did during the session. I want to start off my presentation with an optimistic view of where we're at. And I say that only because I know what we're up against as far as what we're seeing in the data, and I understand that we're in a housing crisis. I hear from our residents as well, and so I don't say that lightheartedly, but I just want to shine a little bit of optimism and light on where we're at. I think we made tremendous progress this session. Having worked on housing for several years, almost, I guess, 12 years now, if I'm counting back. I think this is the first year that we've seen some substantial progress in housing, and so I just want to illuminate some of that. First, right before the session, the week before the session, the city hosted a legislative policy summit, and this was a really great event where we had many legislators come, and we were really setting the table for the session and an ask of funding for deeply affordable housing. I'm happy to report that we got over $55 million, a very, very, very substantial investment in affordable, deeply affordable housing during this session. So that's a really big win for us. I would also like to say that we have been working on building relationships with our sister cities, and we've seen that play out time and time again during this session. And those relationships are so important, for cities to understand what their role is in the housing crisis and developing affordable housing within their cities, but also how that impacts the continuum of housing, right? If we have housing that people can afford throughout the state, that alleviates the burden that we have on our homeless resource centers. And so really, I feel like for the first time, we had those really hard conversations with other cities along the Wasatch Front. And so I just want to start by showing that we are making progress, although it may not always feel as fast as we want it to be or as impactful as we want it to be. We're slowly chipping away at the affordability crisis at the state level. I want to tee this up a little bit because I don't know how many of you are aware of SB 34, which passed, I believe, in 2018. And this is the new requirements for moderate income housing plans that was the first time that we saw at a state level this nexus between land use, transportation, housing, and economic development. Our very own Rachel Otto was one of the key people working on that legislation when she was at the Utah League of Cities and Towns. And the bill initially started off with 23 different menu items, or what we're now calling strategies. This bill was passed before, Growing SLC was adopted before this bill was passed, and that's a very important distinction that I'll get to in a minute. The purpose of this bill was to start having cities tailor their moderate income housing plans to meet the identified needs within our communities. And while there wasn't a requirement to update the land use and transportation element in our general plan, the idea is that those three elements come together and create this nexus, so we're looking at our community in a holistic way. It's been really interesting for us because we had already adopted Growing SLC, which is our moderate income housing plan, and each year we're required to submit an annual report stating what we accomplished. And so we were kind of fitting square pegs and round holes with our housing plan because the strategies or menu items in SB 34 weren't a direct correlation to what we had already adopted in our moderate income housing plan. I see this as a really great opportunity for us because our Growing SLC is expiring this year. We've reached our 5-year limit. I'm happy to report to you that we have either accomplished or are making substantial progress on all 27 of the action items identified within our housing plan. When SB 34 was initially drafted, we, as a city, we're in a really great position because we are thought leaders in the space of developing affordable housing and having affordable housing programs. And so having to pick 3 menu items, we do 18 of them. So I just want to acknowledge the work that we're doing in the city, because I know we hear a lot that we aren't doing enough and we always can be doing more. I wholeheartedly believe that, but we have made substantial strides against unprecedented circumstances of land values increasing, labor costs increasing. There's a whole host of things, right, that are happening that are beyond our control. So I wanted to just sort of set the table a little bit about where we're at within growing SLC. You can see on the slide here that all of the ordinances that Nick is going to be discussing here in a few minutes are all tied to goals and objectives outlined within the adopted Growing SLC Moderate Income Housing Plan. Can you switch to the next slide, please? So this year, I'm proud to say that Salt Lake City worked very closely with the Utah League of Cities and Towns and the Land Use Task Force on amending the requirements for moderate income housing plans. And the bill, HB 462, Utah Housing Affordability Amendments, I don't know if it ended up at like 130 pages. There was a lot of policy in there, and it was a lot of work over, not just last year's interim, but we've been teeing up these changes for a couple of years. The impetus of the changes really are for cities to be accountable in adopting affordable housing policies, for us to have substantive and quantitative data when we analyze what strategies have been selected, so we can see how those policy levers are playing out at a state level and adjust funding and adjust policy accordingly. And so we have, Salt Lake worked very closely on the modifications to the Moderate Income Housing Plan, and a lot of the strategies that you'll see within HB 462 are things that we're already doing within the city or that we're intending to do, whether through these ordinances that are here or conversations that we've had with the council. The requirements are that we have to have our Moderate Income Housing Plan in compliance by October 1st of this year. I just want to caveat that a little bit and set the stage for you guys that we will be coming kind of fast and furious, going through a very robust community engagement process for our Moderate Income Housing Plan, but also we're trying, right now we're working with the Attorney's Office and the Utah League of Cities and Towns to understand that October 1st date and what that means for us, knowing that we have to update our entire plan this year. We are required to select 4 strategies, and if we select 6 strategies, we bump into a category of priority consideration for funding. What this means is that we can get additional points. They haven't quite developed what this framework will look like, but we can get additional points for state funding through the Transportation Commission, through the Governor's Office, and through ARPA grants. And so it's very imperative for us, as we start looking at what our policy considerations are for our new housing plan, that we pick strategic strategy items so that we can accomplish the goals that we're outlining. The really critical piece and the biggest change that is going to have a substantial impact, not just to us, but to all of the 82 cities across the state, is that we now have to have an implementation plan tied to the strategies that we select. So our current framework is we can say, we want to do these 27 things, but we didn't have to have a plan or a timeline on when we were going to do them. Now, for example, if we say we want to adopt an ADU ordinance, we have to say we're going to adopt an ADU ordinance and we're going to do it by this time frame. And we have to report on that every year. If we are not making substantial progress or accomplishing the adoption of that ADU ordinance, we lose points and we do not get bumped for that priority consideration of funding. So this is a really substantial change for us. and for other cities, right? So just flagging that for you guys, that we, again, as we're selecting those strategies, we're gonna wanna be very strategic about what we pick and thinking through how we're gonna get, have the most impact on housing within our city. We are working within CAN right now to identify or working on the draft of an RFP to hire a consultant to do the data analysis portion and the public engagement portion of the new moderate-income housing plan. We see Thriving in Place, which we'll be talking about next week, which is the city's gentrification study, as a foundational piece of the moderate-income housing plan. And I envision the policies that will come out of Thriving in Place, or TIP, as a foundational framework for our new moderate-income housing plan, but we also will have to select those specific strategies that are outlined within state statute. We also have new requirements on station area plans. The city has 29 stations within Salt Lake City. 4 of those are under the purview of the University of Utah. We have adopted station area plans, or a similar type of plan, for 23 of our stations, with 2 of them, both Ballpark and Center Point, being up for consideration this year and starting next year. So we are on the right pathway there. We also have 5 stations on the S line. New state requirements also require us to analyze stations within a half mile of our city boundaries. So we will have to do 5 plans on stations on the S line, and we can work in conjunction with South Salt Lake on those, or we can do those on our own. There's certain time frames of when these plans need to be completed, and we thankfully had something baked into the policy because we have 34 stations within Salt Lake City, that we don't have to, if you have, I believe it ended up at 4 or 5 stations within your city, you get more of a grace period on adopting and going through that process. For the existing 23 stations, Nick's team will start analyzing those once the criteria is established in the next few months. And those stations will be analyzed for compliance with state statute. And then Nick's team, or CAN, will be coming before the council to have you adopt a resolution certifying that we meet state requirements. Go ahead to the next slide, please. Thank you. Before I go into the details on this slide, I just want to point out that this is simply a visual graphic. It's not showing that a causation between housing loss mitigation having to happen before RMF 30, for example. So I just want to show that this is more of just a roadmap identifying the different areas within growing SLC. We see this as our policy roadmap. So with any good policy, it starts with data and identifying the need, looking at what our barriers are, what our opportunities are, and what are all of those drive towards reaching our goals as identified in growing SLC. I want to just highlight a couple things. So right now, recent data is showing that we have less than a 2% vacancy rate here in Salt Lake County. We have a gap of over 18,000 affordable units within Salt Lake City, and we've seen at least a 10% year-over-year increase in rent. I just read in the Deseret News that that's actually more close to 40%. So we know we have a housing crisis, and I'll be the first to tell you that I often am looking at what other solutions do we have, what should we be doing, what else can we be doing, and I'm constantly brought back to the guiding principle of growing SLC, which is in its last year, and us being able to close that chapter, looking at the policies that we have before us to adopt or implement, and how we can chip away at those, close that chapter, and look at Thriving in Place and our new moderate income housing plan is the pathway forward. I want to just say that with the needs also comes barriers, and some of those barriers are state preemption. For example, this session in HB 303, we passed a preemption on inclusionary zoning, which I know is something that the council's talked quite a bit about. Basically how that policy shook out, and we'll go into a little bit more detail in this next week, is we can only require affordable units if it's incentive-based or if it's through a development agreement. So we have these limitations at the state. Obviously, funding is always a limitation for us. And then land, we have, we're built-out city, and our land values in Salt Lake are really high. As a council, what are the policy levers that you have? What are the levers that you have? Their budget and their policies. And you'll see here we have several ordinances that are at various phases throughout the adoption process, and Nick will go into those in a minute, that are those policy levers that you guys have the opportunity to pull if you choose. They're all aligned with growing SLC, and they all meet objectives and action items as identified in our adopted housing plan. We also have our programs, and I was just listening in on your discussion on CDBG funding. Our housing team has been doing exceptional work in our community, mobilizing funding resources to assist in rent assistance, mortgage assistance, homeless services, and they are kind of the lifeblood of housing stability within our community. Lastly, I just want to say that these all work towards addressing the goals identified within Growing SLC. Our land use ordinances are a long-term strategy. They unlock the ability to create more affordable housing, but they don't necessarily lead to an immediate increase in the amount of affordable housing. So with that, I will turn the time over to Nick.
Great, thank you. Can we go to the next slide, please? So on this slide, what we've tried to do is highlight some of the in-progress activities and proposals that this council has seen. Maybe some of the newly elected council members have not, but they've been in the council office prior, some of which you've had some briefings on. So I'm going to try to go over why we have selected and worked on the things that we have. And I think it's to hit on what Angela was just speaking about. I think we all know that basically zoning limits what can be built, and if it limits the total number of homes as your population is growing, you're going to have a tight housing market. You're going to see prices go up, and you're going to see availability and access go down. And to reiterate that point, one of the things that we hear a lot about is this loss of what's called naturally occurring affordable housing. And so we went back and we did some research. According to the U.S. Census Building Permit Survey data, that from 1985 through 2014, we actually were seeing a decrease in the number of new units being built. And one of the reasons why that's important is because those new units that were built 30 to 50 years ago are those naturally occurring affordable units. And if you look back to 1990, our city's population was at a pretty low point, about 160,000 people. More than 50% of our housing units would have been in that naturally occurring affordable age range. That number now is less than 30%. And the reason being is because we saw very little housing being built in that 1980s, 1990s period. And so we don't have that supply. There's not much that we can do about that as a city right now, right? That's in the past, that's done. What we are doing with zoning changes now is trying to avoid repetition of that for future generations, so that future generations have better access to housing than what the current generations of people who are looking for housing have. And that's a key point to why we are looking at zoning changes. On the screen are a number of different projects that we have are either in progress that or we are just starting on that I wanted to give some updates on. The first is the affordable housing incentives. The goal of this project is to do a couple of things. One is to expand the land area that's available for building housing, particularly the missing middle housing. Missing middle housing is the housing that tends to be more accessible to ownership opportunities. We also want to stretch those particularly taxpayer dollars that are invested in affordable housing further by promoting more units that can help offset the cost per unit. And we want to expand who may be able to create that affordable housing. Right now, I think when you look around our city, you can see that it's typically big developers. And so we want to expand that so that it's open to more people and entrepreneurs to help provide that. This is in the engagement process. We actually are just kicking off. In fact, we have a community meeting that's going on right now. And the goal is to transmit this by the end of this calendar year. So we're going to be pretty aggressive. We know we're not going to appease everybody. But I think the approach that we're taking on this is that we have reached the point in Salt Lake City where this is a critical issue, and we need to get something in front of decision makers so that they can move forward. Along those same lines, a project that some of you have seen, the changes to the RMF 30 zoning district. The goal of this project was to increase density while preserving scale. The intent was to start with one. There's 4 RMF zones, the 30, 35, 45, and 75. The goal was to start with the 30 and then quickly translate that to the other 3 zones. Because that's taken longer than what we anticipated, that has not happened yet. And so we are waiting to see what happens with that. We also have to coordinate that with the affordable housing incentives. It's been challenging for us to do that because we don't know what the outcome of that RMF 30 is going to be. The next project I wanted to talk about is the shared housing, which is formerly single room occupancy, and the status of that, or why we're doing that. So the goal of that project was to introduce additional housing types. We do currently allow SROs in the city. They're really limited to our transit station zones and then our form-based zones. But we have some issues with that definition of what an SRO is in our code, and it doesn't match what is typically found in it. And we have been trying to expand where that use can go so that it's in other areas where there's other beneficial types of uses, such as job centers, healthcare, et cetera. So we're hoping to have that move forward as well. Along those same lines is that we have a proposal to reduce our parking requirements. The reason why parking is important is because it contributes to 2 things. One, the cost of developing housing, and it reduces the amount of land that's available for housing. And so we know that those are 2 things that are a premium in Salt Lake City. I think many of you have heard me talk in the past about how much land in the city allows zoning and how limited that or allows housing, I'm sorry, and how limited that is in the city, especially for non-single family homes. And that land is competing with every other commercial use and office use in the city. And so it's a very tight option. A couple of things that are in process. We just on last Friday, we received our draft proposal from a consultant who's updating the downtown building heights, and that includes updating street engagement standards. And when we talk about downtown building heights, that's the geography of the downtown plan. It is not just the downtown zones. It touches actually. We're probably going to have to scale this back because there's about 18 different zoning districts that it touches. And we know that there might be some ramifications of making changes to those zoning districts that are outside of the downtown area. But we plan on responding back to that consultant with some edits in the next 2 weeks. And then once we get the final draft, we'll start that public engagement process for that. The goal of that, obviously, is to increase to update building heights, some places to increase them, but also to have them match and align with the different building types, how they're regulated in the building code, so that we are not creating barriers and obstacles, particularly for housing. Other things that could be addressed in that, or that will be addressed in that, are ground floor uses, some of our setbacks for residential, hopefully also some tree regulations and other things like that. And then finally, something that we briefed the Planning Commission or the City Council on in March, updates to the ADU code. Those are in staff level development, and hopefully in May we'll start that public engagement for that. Again, that goal is to remove barriers to building ADUs so that they can be a more contributing component to providing future housing needs of the city. I think, next slide. The other things that we have going on in the planning division that are related to housing, but also bigger picture types of things, is that we're working on a number of updates to plans. Obviously, the Ballpark Station Area Plan, which many of you have heard about. You were discussing it a little bit earlier. I think we just recently sent a transmittal about the update to that plan to address the Resolution 14 of 2020 that the council adopted about updating the council on plans. And then we hope to start the public engagement on zoning and get the plan to the Planning Commission in the next 2 months. So that will be something that everybody can look forward to. We're also going to restart the Life on State project. For those that don't know, this was a grant project that the city received back in, I think it was a 2018 grant that went through a planning process to revision State Street and the land use and the connections on how to improve particularly the function of State Street for people, not just cars. Obviously with UDOT ownership of that street, that's a challenge, but this was done in conjunction with South Salt Lake City. They adopted theirs because for a variety of reasons, Salt Lake City did not. And so we want to bring that back, take that through the process to get that updated. It would be an update to the Central Community Plan as well as the Ballpark would be. And so hopefully that includes some zoning changes along the State Street corridor. And then finally, we were just last week, or 2 weeks ago now, I guess, awarded a grant from Wasatch Front Regional Council to update another part of the Central Community Master Plan along 300 West that will also include updating the zoning in that corridor. So that as you can see, as you can tell, the Central Community Plan covers a huge area all the way from the University of Utah down to I-15 and from North Temple to 2100 South, which encompasses a significant portion of the development that we're seeing in the city and the amount of change. But this plan will do a couple things. As Angela mentioned, it will satisfy the requirement for station area plans in the city. That will be our last station that we have to do a plan for outside of the S-line, which we don't know to the extent of how much planning we'll have to do along that corridor. But that's a significant, I think, milestone for the city, considering 10 years ago we did not have a single station area plan in this city, even though we had dozens of stations. And then I think that was the only other plan that I had, and I don't know if we want.
Program that was brought to us was by a company called Rhino. They were an Ivory Innovations Prize winner in 2020, I believe. And essentially, I'll just use them as an example, although there's many companies that do this type of program. But essentially, they offer a security deposit insurance program. And you don't have to income qualify for this. This isn't for it can be used by low-income individuals, but it doesn't have to be. And basically, it allows me as a renter, I would pay, say, $5 a month into this insurance program, and Rhino would cover my security deposit. So if my landlord said, your dog ate through the door, you have to pay for this, Rhino would cover that, or the security deposit insurance program would cover what would normally be taken out of my security deposit. As we started drafting an ordinance with this, with the city attorney's office, we came across some challenges with some state preemption. And we were directed to bring that before the council, and we can do that at another time, or we can have a detailed discussion about it today, but to see if there's a legislative interest in working in the interim on fixing that state preemption on renter's choice. So additionally, we have been working on rolling out a landlord-tenant resource website. Tenants can currently opt into a renter's choice program if they want. But this would have been an ordinance that would have really kind of encouraged landlords to participate as well. So I know that Ivory and all of their rental properties are accepting programs like Rhino for security deposit insurance, and I know there's other landlords across the city that are doing that as well.
That sounds great. Our ordinance would have required the landlord to accept it, or what?
It
why
would have
does
been
the
a
city need to have an ordinance if there's already this private
Well,
company
that's
doing
also one of the questions as well. That's a good one. That's a good one. It would have been a voluntary opt-in by landlords, but an encouragement through ordinance.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise known as optional. But that's our challenge, I think, given the state landscape that we're in, is that a lot of the tools that other cities deploy have to be optional in our case. But
yeah. Thank you, Jen. Thanks for flagging that for me, Councilmember Mono. It's throwing me off not having the screen in front of me to see my slides.
Yeah, exactly. Right. You need it all. A question on the plans, do they hinge on any of these ordinances passing through? The plans
No, the plans stand by themselves. They'll give us direction on what future changes to make in those areas that they cover.
Okay, and then just a couple questions on looking at the slide here. The shared housing, it sounds like that one still needs a little work from the CAN before it comes back to us, because we had
I thought shared housing was ready. You're probably thinking parking?
No, well, that's my third one. But is shared housing, there's no questions on that one? I thought we had some questions, concerns about the definition of shared housing and SRO or single occupancy.
So those are in the proposed code to address that. So I don't know if there's any follow-up questions. I know that through the development of some projects and some proposals, there's been some potential things that community has raised that maybe we want to think about as a city as that goes forward.
Because I know we had a discussion about that. I wasn't sure if we sent it back for other discussion. Okay, it's still.
There were some legal questions about spacing requirements, but we have those responses from the attorney's office, so that is an item that when there's time on the agenda that could start moving forward.
Okay, and the next one is the RMF 30. That requires some changes, or is that also, we've already closed the loop on that one, right? We've already done
the previous council felt that it was important to have the housing loss mitigation ordinance figured out in place before adopting that. I think since there are new council members, there may be a different feeling on the council, but we're not sure. Previously, the council was not interested in acting until the housing loss mitigation was adopted because of some comments that were raised during the public hearing related to that about naturally occurring affordable housing and what that ordinance may do to that.
Okay, and I'm going to send my third question, then I'll come back to that one. And then the parking reduction, we also reviewed that one, but did we send that one back to you also?
Yeah, we just transmitted that actually today. I think it left
back to us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and the issue with that is that we were asked to do some research on a couple things, and just to give you, I guess, a sneak peek of that transmittal, the main thing we were asked to look for was increasing the exemption from parking for lots between 5,000 and 10,000 square feet, and we were trying to figure out what that ramifications of that would be. And because there are so many variables with that, building sizes, use, it was impossible to figure out what those ramifications may be. And so we spent a lot of time trying to research that, but we just couldn't figure out. There's too many unknowns and every unknown changes the outcome. So
I ask those questions because I look at this and after other discussions and we always want to strive for perfection, but in anything policy-wise, you're never going to get there, and you got to negotiate and you got to compromise on different things. And I'm just looking at the council going, I know we stopped moving forward with RMF 30 for a very viable reason, but we're, in hindsight, was it because we were looking for perfection and we could have just got to the 80% position and then, made adjustments afterwards when we get to the housing loss mitigation? I'm not really kind of asking a question. I'm kind of like pointing it at ourselves. Do we need to kind of reset and say, okay, 80% is better than 0. Let's keep the ball moving. And then when we get to the next ordinance, we start adjusting at that point.
As someone who's never had a bite at this apple, we need to go back and revisit it. I know Councilmember Pui and I have never had the opportunity, but the concerns about it to me are very grave, and if we can get creative about addressing them,
and that's
I'd like to.
Absolutely. That's the other thing is that we have 2 new members on the council, and it would probably be, talking to ourselves here, be wise to readdress it so we all get better educated on it, and then we can also look at it at this time. Where we were on the house loss mitigation, scheduled for April 12th, so that's, I think, about 7 days from now.
Something like that.
Something like that. So, we see if we can keep this moving and not just kind of stall it here.
Mr. Chair, I think that's a smart idea. I would say the same for shared housing, and I know I was one of the council members that raised questions about shared housing a year or so ago, but I think that's also worthy for us to bring back and start talking about again, given I think that project on Bueno Avenue where we all sort of had to grapple with what shared housing is, even though that's not technically shared housing, it's a rooming boarding house or whatever, but it's really kind of the same thing. And I would like for us to bring back both of those and discuss them and be expeditious about going through the parking ordinance now that it's been transmitted back to us. And thank you for looking into that, even though there wasn't a clear solution to the question. But I think those 3 are things that we need to do. And I think to your question earlier as to whether the plans are dependent on us making action on those, though not technically true, the plan is like the idea for the ordinances, not the other way around. I think if we don't act on the things that have had hours and hours and at this point years of time invested into them, then why would CAN keep working on other things in those master plans that we want them to work on? So I think those 3 things, now that all 3 of them are in our court, I think we should bring them back as quick as possible and have another discussion and hopefully adopt them.
Thank you. Councilman, any other?
I think in addition to us just operating in good faith, it's really important for us to acknowledge that the development around us happens whether or not we act, and we actually are putting our constituents at risk. SROs are happening. We're facing neighbor versus neighbor on parking issues. We are creating conflict and risk in places if we don't take this up quickly.
And I'll add to that, I think the concern about naturally occurring affordable housing loss as connected with RMF 30 is valid. However, that's already happening. There are multiple houses on the market right now in Liberty Wells that I represent for over $1 million. That is terrifying. And the fact is and that's a R1 5000 zone, so it's not our MF 30, but the fact that those single-family houses are now selling in our city for over $1 million means that it doesn't matter how old the house is. It's not an affordable house as soon as it changes hands once in this market. So it would be better for us to allow those things to the RMF 30 ordinance has in it a preservation bonus, so they could keep that existing house but still build some smaller units behind it, and then we get instead of $1 million, $1.5 million house in our city, we maybe get 4 at $400,000 or $500,000, which is still not affordable, but at least it's not $1 million. And so I don't see that as getting at our deeply affordable housing crisis or need, but it at least keeps it somewhat more moderately affordable rather than just right now. It's insane how much houses are selling for, and at least we could get something that is within the realm of attainability rather than $1.5 million for a single family house that is a bungalow that is less than 2,000 square feet.
Any other questions? I appreciate the conversation and the first installment in our CAN education and discussion. Yeah, this is a multifamily Netflix TV show here, CAN Part 1. No, I shouldn't be facetious about this. This is very important, and I appreciate all the discussions and the incredible work that you guys have done on this. And I look forward to our discussion and education on these top 3 ordinances, like I would call them.
Super small clarifying question. Housing loss mitigation and thriving in place are different or the same thing?
Yeah, so
that's not a small question, but they're both
No.
being briefed next week.
They are both being briefed next week. And so when we initially presented to the council in December of 2020, we talked through what then we were just calling a gentrification study. And we also talked through the housing loss mitigation ordinance and what the challenges were with the ordinance. We have been, I can't even begin to count the number of hours that we have spent on housing loss mitigation between CAN, the city attorney's office, finance, trying to unravel this. It is deep and thick, and there's so many layers. So when we wrote the RFP for the gentrification study, we built in amendments to the housing loss mitigation ordinance. Now, I want to just point out, and again, we'll go into more detail on this next week, but the gentrification study, or Thriving in Place, which was named by our community group, is will help us. Housing loss mitigation is a displacement strategy, right? It's a policy strategy. So there's that piece that will come out of it, but we will have to do, if we choose to amend or do some sort of housing loss mitigation ordinance, we would have to do a fee justification with that as well. And so we can get into some of those details with you, but that would be a separate scope of work, because this Thriving in Place is really kind of policy focused. So yes, it is baked into that, and the intention is for us to go through the process of, seeking public input on what those policies could look like.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I just thought of something. I think this is probably a better thing for a small group meeting, but I think ADUs is something I've been stalking nonstop for several years now, and not only last year. But and I hope that maybe we have a chance to explore some creative ideas that were implemented in other cities near us, actually, and pre-approved blueprints from ADUs are things that other cities are doing. Down payment assistance from those. Rent to own your own ADU and that's a list of 40 different things that other cities are doing, and they're booming. So I would love to see if we can. I would love to be helpful, but I would like us to look into this a little more. And I know you guys are doing an amazing job. So if I can be of help, I would love to see if we have time to talk a little more about this.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Blake, Nick, Angela.
Thank you.
Nick, thanks a lot. Moving on to item number 7, the annexation of approximately Rose Park Lane and 2350 North Hunter Stables. Nick's remaining at the table, and Nick is remaining at the table. Nick Tarbett, Nick Norris, and we have Cindy Lou. The city recorder is also joining the table. And on the, looks like we have Jason is on the screen. Wave to us, Jason. Just want to make sure that's it. Oh, gotcha. Thank you, Jason.
So, Jason is the petitioner. He'd like to speak to it when the council is ready to hear from him. Quick intro, this may sound familiar. The council considered a very, very similar petition of this address last November. Ultimately, the council did approve that at the time as well. The reason it is back is the map has changed, and so they had to start the process over. So this was received by the recorder's office on March 24th. The council has 14 days to consider, to accept or deny the petition, which includes the application. This does not approve anything. This just starts the process, and once, if the council approves it, to move forward with it. So that's a very rough introduction. We're here for questions.
So we're approving the petition moving forward, not the annexation at this time.
Exactly.
And we have to do it by the 12th, but yeah, today. Exactly.
So it is on for unfinished business in the formal meeting tonight as well.
And if the council chooses not to make a formal action of approval, no action is approval. So tonight you have the option to approve or deny. And if you choose not to take anything, then it's approve. Can I add one point, Council Chair?
Go ahead.
Part of the reason why it came back, in addition to what Nick Tarbett mentioned, is that the county council also reviewed the annexation proposal and had some comments about the area and the annexed property, the proposed annexed property. The petition did change from 17 acres to 28 acres to include the city parcel and a parcel owned by the state to assist with the rounding out of the cleaning up of that west area. So that's all that I have to add.
Okay. Any other questions before I turn the time over to the applicant petitioner? Jason? We have 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity. I really don't anticipate taking 5 minutes, hopefully not even a minute. I'm really here to answer any questions and really offer my appreciation for the city and city staff as we've worked through this process. As I've mentioned, we had submitted this before, you've seen it before. The county had expressed concerns with there being a portion remaining unannexed and creating an unannexed peninsula. We worked with the city and city staff to modify those boundaries and to satisfy the county's request so that the new annexation boundary does not create that peninsula in the county's opinion. Ultimately, the property owner, just so you're aware, he owns property that's currently in the city's jurisdiction, and this portion is outside the city's jurisdiction, and we'd like to annex it so that we can work with one jurisdiction moving forward. We can work with the city moving forward with development of the property. And I think that's really all that I have, unless you have any questions about the application. Staff did a great summary. You're not approving the annexation. You're just acknowledging that you've received the application and will allow it to move forward.
Thank you, Jason. Any questions for Jason or Cindy Lou, Nick?
Just for Cindy Lou, so we approve the application, and then what do we do next, and how long does that process take?
There's actually a pretty strict timeline that we follow with relation to notifying everybody, and then there's a period where you will take public comment. And I don't have my cheat sheet in front of me, but it's a multitude of steps prior to the consideration of the zoning decision of the council, provided you determine that you want to proceed with the annexation.
So there's multiple, okay, so if, in order for this to pass, we have to approve that we're annexing it into the city. We have to choose a zone and apply it to the parcel. And the county council has to approve the annexation as well, or does that piece not have to happen?
The county council does not have to approve it. They have to agree, which they have done in the resolution.
Okay. Okay. So that piece is done. We just have to then approve it and apply a zone.
You need to accept the petition through approval or denial today. Then we proceed with all of the other steps, and it is the determination of the city council if you decide to, at that time, annex the property into the city and determine the zoning.
Okay, thanks.
And just maybe I can add the zoning process for an annexation is different than the zoning process if someone were to propose a change to the zoning map. So it doesn't go through, it's determined all at the same time under the same application. And so I know when this was in front of the council before, there was some discussion, and you can determine this later, is whether or not you want to seek a recommendation from the planning commission or not. That's your prerogative on annexations. So we can cross that bridge as we get closer to that.
And so we annex it and change the zoning pretty much in parallel together with basically at the same time. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? I see no other questions, so appreciate that very much. Thank you very much, Nick.
Thank you.
Cindy Lou. Nick. All right. Moving on to thank you, Jason. Moving on to item number 8, the Public Lands 20-year Master Plan. Reimagine Nature. Allison is on this. I thought I saw Allison here today. Oh, and we have Kristen Riker and Tyler. How are you?
Good.
And Allison is on the screen. Take a seat. And
It's
I'm
good
turning.
to be seen in person.
Yeah, I'm going to turn the time over to.
Is Taylor Hill on?
Sure.
Yeah, Anna Labor needs presentation abilities. If you can hear me, if you can switch that over.
Anna's having some technical difficulties, and she's just rebooting real quick.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see you're on, so. There's Al. Hi, guys. Hi, let me get in there. Oh, I got it. Thank you. I don't know if Anna's on. The easiest way to tell is I'm not. Okay. Right. Of course you're not.
Allison, it's all yours.
I'm going to try to fix that echo. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for the. It's been so long I've forgotten how to do this. Yeah. So my apologies for making you wait. This is, as you know, the Public Lands 20-year Master Plan review. The goal here is to review and discuss the Reimagine Nature Master Plan, which is a citywide long-range vision for transforming public lands of Salt Lake City. And it's also a general work plan for the Public Lands Department itself, which is a relatively new department. Tonight, the council will set the date for potential adoption. The public hearing would be on April 19th, and potential vote would be on May 3rd. Well, let me mention, too, before I turn it over to the department and their consultants, that the PNUD Advisory Board, that's Parks, Trails, Natural Lands, and Urban Forestry, gave, I'll quote this, a ringing endorsement of the proposed master plan when they reviewed it. And as some of you will remember, and others of you won't because you weren't here, there were previous council briefings on this. One was October 2020, which was a mid-process update on the community engagement strategy, and was essentially part of the effort to comply. Sorry, the update was part of the council's resolution 14 of 2020 requirement to update council at the midpoint. I think I'm talking in circles, sorry about that. Let me start over. So the October 2020 briefing was the mid-process update on the community engagement strategy for the public lands master plan. And then in March 2020, there was a review of the public lands needs assessment, which the department had commissioned, and that was what set the baseline for the master plan. And finally, and sort of none of you, well, some of you probably weren't born then, the most recent city comprehensive master plan of this type was in 1992. So it's been a while since there's been a public lands or anything of the type master
Just to
plan.
clarify, I look very young, but I was born.
Thank you very much, but we're all very much older than that.
I want to mention one correction that will be made in the current version of the master plan, and that has to do with Gulf Division finances. So this is on page 171 of the plan itself, where it says that Gulf receives no funding from the city's general fund. In fact, it does. The last 3 years, it has received a little over $5 million combined, so about 1.2 million or something per year from the general fund. So that will be fixed. They already have the wording in place and everything, but that is different than what was sent to you. And then finally, I just draw your attention to the policy questions about how the department will balance among the competing priorities in terms of allocating funds and staff time to all different sorts of, all of the things that are included in this plan, as well as unexpected funding opportunities, scheduled work by other programs, et cetera. The second policy question is to ask whether there is more information on the progress metrics that are listed for each of the plan's goals, and how the council will be informed of that, depending on, or annually or something like that. The third is whether the council wants to ask the department to include specific budget estimates, at least very broad estimates, in their 5-year plans, which they will develop every 5 years to begin to prioritize specific projects. The fourth is how the new park ranger program might help mitigate issues associated with homelessness in parks, which, as you'll see in the presentation, is one of the biggest concerns of the public. There are also a couple items mentioned in the master plan that could have implications beyond the Public Lands Department, and that would be including the Festival Street, the Rio Grande Festival Street, which may have some kind of interaction with the RDA's Station Center project area planning efforts. There's also questions about the fleet block and how that might be used for green space or for other uses, or obviously among other uses. And finally, the council might be interested. There is a planned Gulf master plan coming up, but given the importance of the Gulf Fund in the last decade, the council might want to ask for additional information on short term about how the administration plans to improve the financial sustainability of that fund. So I will turn it over to Kristen and her team. Thank you.
Thanks, Allison.
Thank you.
It's great to see everybody in person. I have to remind myself how to present in front of real people. With me today is Nancy Monteith. She was the project manager on this. She was under Public Lands when this started and now is with the engineering division. And Tyler Murdoch is our new deputy director for Public Lands. And also we have 2 of our consultants from Design Workshop who put this plan together, Anna Laybourne and Mary Oliver, who now you can't see because we have the plan up. So I will just get going here. We started today with a snowy, cold morning, but You know, spring is here, and springtime feels like a really good time to talk about Reimagine Nature and the Salt Lake City Public Lands Master Plan. A lot has happened since the spring of 2020 when we launched this effort. We had a pandemic, an earthquake, and windstorms. Our public lands and outdoor public spaces remained open and maintained and were visited more than ever by our constituents. There's now a heightened awareness that these public spaces are essential for health, socializing, expression, and environmental resilience. They are a restorative outlet for all of us. In 2020, our public engagement for this master plan needed to pivot to embrace that moment with innovative methods for involving the community. We are thrilled to be taking this plan forward for your consideration for adoption. The master plan process used a transparent, best practices approach, updating the process on project website to create an enduring plan, and is the product of an engagement process that involved the public, city departments, community-based organizations, and stakeholders. As Allison said, you hopefully saw the packet of the Parks, Natural Lands, Urban Forestry Trails Advisory Board letter of enthusiastic support. The Peanut Board was briefed multiple times at the start, after each engagement phase, and twice more prior to the final draft, where the Peanut Board had opportunities to weigh in and to direct the effort. The availability of parks and natural green spaces is one of the most important factors in creating healthy communities and providing a high quality of life for Salt Lake City residents. Our public green spaces offer opportunities for an active lifestyle, to exercise, access open space, and connection with others in the natural environment. 2 years ago, we initiated this historic and significant undertaking of the citywide comprehensive master plan that engaged all communities within the Salt Lake City boundaries in a collaborative process to gather data and input for future decision-making concerning our parks and public lands. The primary goal of the master plan was to understand the public's vision for the community's future, to reach the broadest possible audience and encourage everyone to participate in making a strong and healthy Salt Lake City public land system. In this presentation, our team will be sharing that public engagement process, key concepts organized into 5 main goals: sustain, connect, welcome, protect, and grow, with 10 transformative projects that outline the plan's ambitions. We will conclude with plan implementation outlined in action strategies in Chapter 8. Unlike other city systems, Salt Lake City has a wide variety of outdoor spaces to manage and care for. We have 1,694 acres of natural lands and 6,400 acres of foothill natural areas. We have 86,500 urban forest trees throughout the city, 6 city golf courses, over 70 miles of trails, 609 acres of parks and outdoor civic areas, including the city cemetery and the regional athletic complex. As Allison mentioned, the last open space plan was 30 years ago, and a lot has changed since then. We've needed this plan for some time to align our actions with overall goals that are directed by our community. The process of creating this plan has built a constituency of support and understanding of our public lands needs and opportunities. This 20-year master plan will inform future decision-making regarding planning and funding for public lands. It provides a shared vision for how we improve these lands and provide outdoor space for our residents, our visitors, and how we support wildlife. Identified in the 2019 needs assessment is this challenge. As the city's population continues to increase, we need to anticipate how our public spaces will serve additional people without overcrowding or a decrease in service. That study found that by 2040, we would need 94 acres of additional park space to match the current level of service. That's equivalent to the acreage of Liberty Park, and we're growing faster than those 2017 estimates. As we turn now to the engagement process, I'd like to thank the residents of Salt Lake City, our city staff, Peanut Board members, University of Utah staff and students, and committee members who participated in the process and provided valuable input. Their collaboration was critical to the process of developing the master plan we are presenting today. Lastly, I'd like to call out Nancy Monteith, who led our engagement efforts. She poured countless hours into an engagement practice that stands out as some of the best outreach work to ever come out of the city in terms of breadth and inclusiveness. Next, she will be presenting the department award-winning engagement process. Nancy?
Thanks, Kristen. This project was definitely a career highlight, and being able to work with so many different people and bring those voices into the planning. The public engagement was done with an intention to create this as the community's plan. The COVID pandemic pushed us to engage people differently and created an opportunity for innovation in the ways we got out to connect with people in our spaces while they were using them. And then we brought them into the planning process. To ensure the voices were heard, the planning team utilized a variety of digital and in-person engagement techniques and advertisements to reach underrepresented communities. We owe a big thanks to the 85 university students and Professor Yves Garcia for assisting us in this engagement. The methods for engagement were designed to educate people about the issues and draw them into the idea generation or refinement of concepts. There were two main windows. The first being awareness and idea generation from August to December of 2020, where we engaged over 7,000 participants. The second window of engagement was for concept refinement from March to May of 2021 and engaged more than 5,000 participants. In total, Reimagine Nature collected input from more people than any previous Salt Lake City plan, with over 12,000 participants. While the sheer number is impressive, it's the quality of dialogue and the inclusive engagement that stand out as monumental in representing the community ideals. You can see from this map of pop-up events and interview locations that we had a citywide approach, but a focus on strategic locations. Goals for an equitable process were met by hosting engagement activities in locations that targeted populations typically underrepresented, less likely to participate in traditional methods, or those who would share a unique perspective on the plan topics. Approaches for inclusivity were following with the famous quote by Vernon Myers, "Diversity is being invited to the party. Inclusion is being asked to dance. Better yet, being a member of the party planning committee and choosing the music." The efforts of the students, organizational partners, staff, and volunteer plan ambassadors made this possible. They led a variety of creative placemaking events, engaging community members and seeing how this plan could lead to action. Engagement harnessed the power of community to create immediate change by improving parks through activities such as tree planting and a Paint the Pavement event. Throughout the engagement process, we were successful at improving the diversity of survey responses and gathering input from a group of people that is representative of the Salt Lake City population. A large percentage of people stayed involved throughout the eight-month process, and we continued to get better at reaching diverse audiences. The materials for engagement were thoughtful on how to best encourage meaningful input with visually compelling surveys, all materials translated into Spanish, and a clarity about how that input would be used. In the second engagement window, we formulated ideas that had come from the community into tangible potential projects to test out support. You can see these values reflected in the survey responses. When asked to rate their satisfaction with each potential project, that feedback fed into the final plan. Overall, there was strong support for the draft plan, vision statement, goals, and plan ideals, with very helpful suggestions for refinements that are reflected in the final draft plan. Now I'll turn this over to Anna Laybourne with Design Workshop to share how this input influenced the plan direction.
Thank you. This is an overview of the plan framework components and organizational hierarchy. The vision statement expresses aspirations that guide the plan. 3 values derived from community input are embedded throughout: equity, livability, and stewardship. 5 key goals outline what the plan aims to achieve: sustain, connect, welcome, protect, and grow. To make the goals more understandable and tangible, concepts are identified in the plan as 10 transformative projects. These are the on-the-ground projects identified by the community that embody the vision. The Salt Lake City Public Lands Master Plan Vision Statement proposes big ideas to transform and sustain quality outdoor spaces that are safe, welcoming, and walkable, ensuring people, wildlife, and ecosystems benefit from fair investment of Salt Lake City's resources over the next 20 years. I'll first describe each of the plan goals and follow with the transformational projects. The goal, sustain, focuses on improving environmental health and climate resiliency, employing sustainable operations practices such as conserving water resources for greater resilience to climate change, and making contributions to healthier natural environments, such as increasing tree cover that improves regional air quality and provides bird habitat. Analysis within the plan informs identification of efforts for addressing environmental considerations and climate change threats. Elements such as biodiversity, land use, air quality, creek health, tree canopy, and transit access to parks were mapped and assessed to understand how parks and natural lands can contribute to resiliency and climate change solutions. The goal, connect, focuses on linking all types of public spaces and enhancing accessibility to public lands, both through physical connectivity and improved information sharing. Well-maintained, welcoming trails, streets, public transportation, and sidewalks need to be interconnected as the city's circulatory system. A city is more livable and equitable when they connect to the city's green spaces and outstanding natural landscapes. The city will continue to enhance multimodal systems and increase connectors to everyday destinations. Public lands, trails, and greenways play a role in providing safe routes, enriching health and well-being, and reducing carbon footprints. This analysis shows where existing parks and trails are located within a short walk of bus or rail stop and can be used for prioritizing investments for more equitable access. Imagine being able to visit a different park every week by stepping off a different bus or rail stop. Welcome centers on creating inclusive spaces that are appealing to all members of the community and getting more use out of these places. Ideal parks are actively used by the community, inclusive of all ages, abilities, and cultures, and strive to be authentic or reflective of the neighborhood and community's culture. There's also a growing awareness in cities throughout the country of the contrast in how green space has been provided and maintained differently for neighborhoods. Cities are collecting data and stories to document the inequalities in quantity and quality of green spaces. Salt Lake City Public Lands Department is committed to community-driven solutions that welcome all people. The department will strive to reflect all diverse cultures and history of Salt Lake City's neighborhoods in the tapestry of parks and trails. Programming parks with activities, events, markets, recreation, community gatherings, and games is part of the solution through partnerships with providers. Programming should be diverse and adapted to represent the community culture and encourage creation of social connections. The plan recognizes that public lands plays a role in how our city collectively addresses homelessness, that parks are a public space for everyone and will work to manage conflicts in use. Strategies identified within the plan include public awareness campaigns, a park ranger program that will start up this summer, staff training, park design features, and working with coalitions of stakeholders. Protect is centered on stewardship and caring for natural, cultural, and historic assets. These assets range from iconic structures to irreplaceable natural resources. Stewardship demands are profound: diminishing environmental health, increasing need for visitor management, maintenance and replacement demands, impacts from unhoused persons using open space as refuge, and increasing costs to provide infrastructure and services to a growing city. To enhance care for our shared outdoor spaces, the department will seek out opportunities to partner with advocacy groups and schools to educate on how the public can be stewards of the land and learn its history. Public Lands has many dedicated volunteers and partners that contribute to our stewardship, contributing public education opportunities and human capital towards advancing care for our lands. This plan identifies strategies for improving volunteerism opportunities, fundraising, and enhancing partnerships. GROW examines how the city can expand and efficiently manage the public land system that meets the needs of an increasing population. As Salt Lake City's population increases, our public lands receive more visitation and work harder to reduce negative impacts of more footprints on our landscapes and public amenities with increased maintenance and renewal. Providing the amount of public properties in relationship to population growth is increasingly challenging in a city reaching maximum expansion build-out with limited opportunities to acquire large natural areas or small parks in areas of dense development with high land prices. City departments and partners work together to provide green space and recreation opportunities in our rapidly redeveloping urban areas. This plan describes how we will innovate and make smart use of existing public properties, being strategic with resources and creating funding sources to expand urban forests, trails, the park system, and natural resources. The plan reflects a community value for equitable investment in public lands. To understand which areas of the city may be most in need of equitable investment, this plan provides maps analyzing social, economic, public health, and environmental factors, as well as access and mobility, population density, and growth. A composite of these factors are shown with high equity priority areas in the darkest shades of green. The GROW chapter provides this map of city projects anticipated to take place in the near term with capital improvement dollars, dedication, and locations of long-term transformational projects. The dot shades align with the equity priority areas analysis. The plan vision is further expressed through 10 transformative projects that require great effort to achieve with a shift in how we operate. Community input and feedback shaped the 10 transformative projects. The projects range from local scale neighborhood park initiatives to large regional scaled efforts to connect our mountains, city, and lake. The following visuals help to express the ideas of the plan and reimagine the future.
Thanks, Anna. I'll be sharing an overview of the transformative projects. These projects are comprehensive in nature and are comprised of a collection of many smaller projects, as well as ongoing efforts. Transformative project number 1 is Put Environment First. This project cultivates more biological diversity and conservation in city parks, urban forests, city golf lands, and natural areas. Project elements include increasing landscape resiliency to climate change by reclaiming landscapes with beneficial plants, building healthy soils, practicing water conservation, and increasing habitat for birds and wildlife. One element of this project would create a public lands native plant farm for plant propagation, along with volunteer and educational opportunities. Transformative project number 2 is Grow Our Urban Forest. This project expands awareness of how to be a steward of our urban forest in all publicly owned landscapes, including city parks, street medians, city golf courses, riparian areas, and natural areas. Project elements include launching a public awareness campaign to support new trees that are adapted to Salt Lake City's arid climate, creating an urban forest master plan to implement projects that increase urban forest canopy and overcome equity barriers, and investing in equipment and resources to responsibly reuse wood from felled urban forest trees. Transformative project number 3 is Connect Mountains to the Lake. This project completes missing links in regional trails and invests in greenways to enhance nature and creeks within the city. This would include connecting the trail system from the Wasatch Mountains and foothills to the valley floor at Jordan River Parkway and west to the Salt Lake Marina and mountains beyond. The project would also find appropriate locations to uncover creeks and improve natural habitat along the city's waterways. Connect Mountains to the Lake would implement all remaining proposed trails, including the McClellan Trail, Folsom Trail, Surplus Canal Trail, and Foothills Trails. The next project is Transformative Project number 4, just 5 minutes from here. This project includes a wayfinding and signage campaign that makes it easier to explore nearby parks, trails, and public spaces to expand the public's experiences in nature and build stewardship principles and practices. The project also includes an information campaign for learning about parks, tree care, recreation opportunities, and other public activities in outdoor spaces. Just 5 minutes from here promotes other public green space use, like libraries, school grounds, and the city cemetery, as part of a connected system. Transformative project number 5 is Reimagine Neighborhood Parks, which transforms parks into vibrant community spaces that empower residents to contribute to their neighborhood identity. Project elements include identifying priorities for equitable park redevelopment and promoting volunteerism, donation, and adopt a park friends groups. Reimagine Neighborhood Parks also engages neighbors in redesigning and adding activities to parks that reflect their interest, culture, and the character of the area, and formalizes a park planning process and methods for developing tailored design. Transformative project number 6 is Coming Too Soon to a Park Near You. This project helps our parks come alive with activities and events throughout the year by promoting elements such as partnerships for arts, music, performance, fitness, urban agriculture, and games in parks. It also provides programming for nature-based education, recreation, and horticulture, and examines opportunities to add concessions that will generate revenues for reinvestment while activating parks and neighborhoods. Transformative project number 7 is Revive Our River, which invests in projects and maintenance along the Jordan River Parkway that will promote equity, access, scenic beauty, diverse recreation, and healthy ecology. Project elements include establishing a self-serve kayak rental program, complete with multilingual signage and river access improvements to make water recreation accessible to more people. It also improves Glendale Regional Park and Jordan Park and International Peace Gardens to create regional attractions that celebrate community culture. Revive Our Rivers also restores and enhances natural areas along the river and further integrates Rose Park and Glendale golf courses into the Jordan River Parkway, bringing the river into focus as one of Salt Lake City's most desirable recreation destinations. Transformative project number 8 is Sustaining Our Stories. This project reveals past and present stories that have shaped this valley, giving focus to underrepresented and Indigenous people, and expresses these stories through landscapes, structures, placemaking, and art. Elements of this project include initiating a storytelling project with partners, engaging our communities in identifying more meaningful names for local parks, and restoring and interpreting iconic places such as Allen Park, Fisher Mansion, and Warm Springs Park. Transformative project number 9, Downtown Comes Alive Outside, increases the provision of green and active spaces downtown that will contribute to livability and economic vitality. Project elements include investing in downtown Salt Lake City's Pioneer Park to create a vibrant, welcoming destination, and growing Salt Lake City's downtown and central community park access, where future growth is expected to be the highest in the city. The project also reimagines downtown Salt Lake City's wide streets and key locations to create a green loop with trees, a multi-use recreational trail, linear park space, and places for outdoor seating. And finally, transformative project number 10 is Welcome to the Green, which invites appropriate alternative use of our public golf courses for greater benefit. The project introduces alternative recreation on golf courses in appropriate ways that do not conflict with golf. Such activities may include community use of clubhouses, walking paths and trails, or nighttime outdoor movies. Welcome to the Green also creates additional environmental benefits on golf courses through tree plantings, increasing native plants and habitat, reducing water use, and creating additional stormwater management. This completes the overview of the 10 transformative projects. I'll now turn the time over to Tyler to speak to ways in which these projects and ideas will be implemented.
Thanks, Mary. So the next two sections, the next two slides, we'll talk primarily about the implementation of the master plan. Section 8, or Chapter 8 of the master plan, the action strategies are outlined, the playbook to achieve the goals and undertake the visionary projects within the master plan. The table to the right, which you can see there, is an example of these strategies, the supporting policies, and the high-level actions identified for each master plan goal. These strategies will help ensure that this plan does not sit on the shelf and that there's accountability for public lands to see this project through. The strategies are also general enough to ensure that public lands the flexibility needed over the next decade as needs and resources evolve within the city. As we consider the steps for master plan implementation, our focus will be on striking a balance among competing priorities identified. This was evident or addressed in some of the questions that Council had for us regarding this. The creation of a supportive 5-year public land strategic plan is recommended within the master plan. And this strategic plan has been requested in this year's upcoming CIP funding process and was the top recommended project from our advisory board for this upcoming cycle. This strategic plan will guide our annual operations, our work plan, and our all future capital improvement planning moving forward. We have been asked several times during this process for more specificity in the master plan as it relates to cost estimates and other specific project implementation strategies. Given the need to be a living document, responsive to the changing situations and resources within the city, this 5-year strategic plan is a more appropriate place for that level of detail to live. We look forward over the next year or two to develop this strategic plan to help us provide more specific details with regards to those areas. And as the needs and resources for public planning efforts continue to grow within the city, this plan, and as I step into this new role, is so exciting to move forward within the city, to have this visionary to document, to guide all future CIP funding process and planning within the city's network. We look forward to seeing how the community and leadership responds to the final draft of the master plan and also play a critical role in the future implementation in bringing these ideas into reality. With that conclusion, we invite any comments or questions about the Reimagine Nature Master Plan.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments?
I will say on the public record how amazing your public outreach is and how it should be a template for getting below those surface level respondents and really reaching down into our communities. I love also how you just provided us a data set that proves that in person for so many people literally doubles the likelihood that they respond over virtual. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just don't want my lack of saying anything to be construed as that I do not care. I don't have any questions because you've done a great job of keeping me informed as the plan has developed, and I feel like this is the 7th time I've heard about the plan, and I've been excited about it every time, so thank you for the work you're doing. Parks, public spaces, trails, our urban forest, to me, are critical pieces of the quality of life for our residents, especially as our city grows and becomes more developed and more dense. We need to cherish these green spaces and the lungs of our city to help us not only emotionally but physically stay healthy. And so it's important to me that we have this plan, but it's even more important to me that we actually implement some of these ideas to, again, improve the quality of life for our residents. So thank you for your work on this.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate the seeking comment from communities of color, people that live in the West Side. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And again, to team up with Councilmember Mano, my lack of comment is not because I don't care. This is very important to my district and the residents in general. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think I gave you plenty of comments offline. And so thank you for taking all of those. But yes, I am very excited to add this to some of the great master plans that we have for public lands. And I will reserve the rest of my questions and statements for our next briefing on the 19th. Thanks.
They said it all.
Next.
After next? Yeah. They said it all. I appreciate the effort and the engagement. And I've had a few conversations with the public and also the Parks Department, and we had some great conversations and great discussions. And your passion for the outdoors and your passion for the health, the mental and the physical health of our residents is so evident in this plan and in the engagement. And I appreciate the way you're going about it, and I appreciate your engagement with them and your openness to their ideas and the vision here. So this is wonderful. Keep this thing moving.
I just want to say thank you all also for your involvement and listening to this multiple times, some of you. And just to let you know, we're committed to this plan. It's not going to sit on the shelf. You're going to hear about it a lot. You're going to hear about it every time we are coming to you asking for CIP or budget money. It will all be tied to this plan. And so it is the lens with which we will look through every time we make decisions, policy decisions, budget decisions. It's going to be our guide and our Bible. And I don't know if any of you have received our annual report. We do one every year, and that annual report will change so that it's reflective of these strategies and actions and show our progress each year on how we're doing with our master plan. So we want to keep you updated and keep it in front of all of us so that we can ensure that we are achieving these goals for the master plan. So thank you all for your time tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Mary, Tyler. Yes, Nancy, Kristen. Nice work up across the board. And Allison, thank you. You guys have a great evening.
Thank you.
This is wonderful. All right, Council, we have a couple board appointments to interview. And right now for the Historic Landmark Commission, we have, I think, Amanda Delcia is online. There she is. Amanda? Good evening, Amanda, or good afternoon, I guess I should say. Welcome to the City Council and the work session. And appreciate your desires to serve on the Historic Landmark Commission. Tell us a little bit about your reasons.
Well, I do have, I've always had a passion for history. I have both a master's degree and a bachelor's degree from the University of Utah in history. Never really had a chance to use that, of course, because that's not why you get a history degree. However, I have spent the last many years in the museum nonprofit world, which has brought me into contact with historic, specifically historic ranch in Glendale, California, where I was the executive director and helped to spearhead a arboretum restoration project and do some maintenance and improvement on the historic Stowe House, which is on the National Register of Historic Places. So I have a lot of familiarity with that process, as well as the importance of that, of preserving our historic structures. My nonprofit was also in the middle of a public park owned by the city of Goleta. So I have a good bit of experience interacting with both city and county governments, know the challenges there, but the importance of that communication process to preserve our historic structures and landscapes. So recently I've moved back to Salt Lake City after a 20-year hiatus, and looking forward to re-engaging with the community. I currently live in Rose Park and am enjoying getting to know the folks in the neighborhood, and I hope that I can be able to engage with my community moving forward in this capacity.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Any questions? I just want to say go Gauchos.
Oh, very good.
That's
very
right.
good.
I spent a couple years in a little town called IV.
Oh.
Yes. Wasn't a very beautiful town, but it was a lot of fun. Any questions for Amanda?
It seems like we're not going to be sister cities with IB now after that comment. Just saying.
This is a beautiful space to grow up.
I am so excited about Amanda representing District 1. Not only is this particular appointment very near and dear to my heart, but Amanda and I once partied on a very, very cold night under some heaters up in the Rose, and she will do amazing things for our city there.
So thank you very much for your engagement and your willingness to participate. Tonight you'll be on our consent agenda. You need not be present to win, but you're always more than welcome to join our formal session starting at 7 o'clock. Thank you very much, and you have a wonderful evening.
You too. Thank you.
Next, we have the Sugar House Park Authority Board of Trustees, Richard Lehman. Richard, welcome.
Do I have to push a button or? Okay. Good evening, council members. My name is Richard Lehman. I'm a proposed trustee for the Sugar House Park, which is a unique park in the city in that it's owned by both the city and the county. When I was told you wanted to interview me, it only occurred to me an hour and a half ago that maybe I should have prepared remarks. So I don't know if you want me to speak a bit, or you just want to ask me questions, but I'm reasonably new to Salt Lake, moved here just before COVID to join our household with my wife's aging parents, and I lived in DC for 30 years and was involved in urban revitalization, historic preservation, sustainable mobility there for 20 years. And I mostly use Sugar House Park as residents. But in the summer of 2020, there was an article in the Salt Lake Tribune about a proposal to make the garden center a cafe, and that intrigued me, and I wrote an extensive memo to the park saying I was into cafe, but not necessarily there, and that sort of brought me to their attention. Because of DC's unusual government structure, a lot of the park assets in the city are actually run by the federal government. And so I joke that I might not be a good planner, but I'm great at gap analysis, and DC gave me lots of opportunities to figure out gaps in planning. And parks was one of my key interests, cultural resources. And so, of course, Sugar House Park is an incredible asset for both the city and county. It doesn't have the same kind of planning and capital budgeting resources as the people who were on the dais before me. And I hope, and of course I'm speaking for myself, not the board, to bring an interest in capital planning and addressing in a substantive way the capital planning needs for the park, as well as activation, listening to our great colleagues in the Parks and Public Lands Department. I was thinking, parks and libraries are our most civic-facing public assets there are, and the incredible thing about Sugar House Park is it's so visible and accessible. And I think we could do a little more activation in a programmed way, maybe some signature events. But that won't be my decision to make if you all decide that I'm worthy of being put on the board. So I will be quiet now. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions for Richard?
You, by the way, are my council member, so I live in District 6.
Oh, nice. Nice. Councilmember
Mr. Chair.
Fowler?
Thank you, and thank you for volunteering to do this great work. And to your point about parks and libraries, from the Sugar House Park, if you take the Hidden Hollow Trail, you end up at the Sprague Library. So I look forward to your service on the board and appreciate it, since Sugar House is in my district and we get a lot of calls about it, and because it's such a unique entity, it's nice to know the board members that are there. So thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I contacted you a while back about the whole Sizzler thing, and it'll be interesting to see how that transpires.
Yes, it will.
Ideally, the Planning Commission will decide that's too intense a use, and maybe there would be an opportunity for the city and county to step up and acquire that parcel. It's the only commercial parcel on the block, and 1300 East, to my way of thinking from a planning perspective, is very much a demarcation line between the more intense mixed-use district of Sugar House and the residential neighborhoods to the north and east. So I'm hoping myself and others, probably you, have made compelling arguments that the Planning Commission will consider on that. We'll see.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Richard. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your engagement and your willingness to come to Salt Lake City and get involved, and taking your talents and bringing your talents to the city. So thank you very much. You're going to be on our consent agenda this evening at the 7 o'clock formal. You need not be present to win, but you're more than welcome to watch online. Or,
thank you. May I say one more thing?
Sure.
I know that the park is in District 7, but it's really for all of the city. And I didn't prepare a fancy presentation like my predecessors, but a few weeks ago I was in the park on Sunday walking, and it was snowy, and there were people grilling. And I was thinking, wow, is that awesome? And I think they were probably Pacific Islanders, and they were a little caught off guard by my wanting to take a photo. And it smelled awesome. And those are the kinds of things. I mean, the amazing thing about the park to me is how it's kind of self-programmed by how people use the park, either formally, organizationally, in renting pavilions or holding events, or walking, biking, running, skateboarding, and all the kinds of activities people do. And I'm hoping that we'll even be able to do more. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. All right. Hey, have a good evening. Thank you. All right. We have next board appointment for the Utah Performing Arts Center Agency, Katie Hansen. Good evening, Katie.
Good evening. I also did not prepare anything formal.
It's not, no need to perform it. Yes, no need.
Excellent. So I guess I'll start by telling you a little bit about me. I am a Utah native. I grew up in the theater. My mother was one of the first directors at the Sundance Outdoor Theater, and so I spent my every hour on the mountain there and worked housekeeping during the winter and box office and in the theater during the summer. And I left Utah to pursue my dreams of being a big stage manager in New York City. So I ran off to New York and joined touring shows and toured the country, went to every little town you'd never heard of all over the country, and spent years and years doing that. And then I left the touring world and sat down with the Blue Man Group in Las Vegas for, a little over a year, and then decided I wasn't good at holding still and ran off again and toured Asia with a couple of shows. And then I decided that I needed to come back to Salt Lake, not only to be with my family, but because I loved so deeply the lifestyle and the opportunities that were offered here. So I moved back to Salt Lake, and there was not a lot of opportunity directly in what I was trying to pursue here. And so I went into business doing industrial design and corporate interiors, things like that. And only in the fairly recent past, last 5 years or so, have I gotten back into active arts in the city. And I ended up sharing an office with GTS Development, who was working on the Eccles Theater when, and they were just in the final throes of getting everything closed up, and I moved into one of the rooms in their office to work on a project there, and I just became so enthralled with the process of how that was going, how the different people that were involved, the complications, and the really nuanced pieces of public-private partnerships and how that would work long-term. And so as the theater opened up, I had the opportunity to do a couple of private events there, which was fantastic. And then since the pandemic has started, ironically, I've had a lot more opportunities to work in the theater more often, and with more of the people who work there every day. I work quite a bit with the promoter who, Live at the Eccles, I work for them in some capacities, and then I also work as a producer there and take shows into the facility. And I've also worked as a stagehand. So I've worked in all the different areas, and I have a really great affection and understanding for how difficult everybody's roles are and how incredibly important they are. And what I see is there's a connection that is missing between those parties that could be solved with somebody who has the right nomenclature, who has an understanding of the people, of the roles, and honestly, of the ultimate goals of the theater, which is that ideally all arts organizations become somewhat self-sustaining. So anyway, when Justin approached me to ask me if I'd be interested in this board position, I was so excited about it. I'm like, yes, absolutely. This sounds like the perfect thing. I have this just incredible deep love and investment in wanting to make this work because I love the arts here. The facilities that we have access to are incredible, and I would love to see them filled every night with, Broadway shows down to kids doing their spring concerts, which is, my kids are going to be at the Capitol, which is going to be amazing. I mean, 7-year-olds perform at the Capitol. It's incredible. So anyway, being able to be supportive of that in a way that can be productive for all the parties sounds fantastic to me.
Thank you, Katie.
I'll just say thank you for being willing to serve the city. Your speech touched me. I think just like I talked about with parks, we're so lucky to be in a city our size that has access to arts and culture that we do. And I'm grateful that there are residents like you that are willing to help support that access to arts and culture. So thank you.
I'm grateful for the City Council for supporting it. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Katie, and I appreciate that.
As the resident artist, I just want to say thank you, and thank you for keeping our industry vibrantly at the forefront and reminding everyone that We might feel like the accessory, but we're what makes life worth living.
Agreed.
Thank you for your passion and your engagement. I welcome you to the UPACA, and you'll be on the consent agenda this evening. And again, it's a formal session, and you need not be present to win, like I say to all the other appointees. So welcome.
Thank you so much.
Have a good evening.
You too.
All right. We're on to item number 12, the report of the chair and the vice chair. And I just have one announcement, and I have to pull it up. Hold on. I gotta find it. Sorry.
You want me to do my announcement while you're looking for it?
Do your announcement while I'm looking for it.
I'll do the announcement of the executive director while the chair is looking for one. We were notified, got some notification that there's an opportunity to visit the Ute Ouray, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, so my apologies, reservation this Saturday on the 9th for the day, with the option to stay overnight in a shared accommodation or drive home that evening. Some members are going to stay overnight in Vernal, and others will return to Salt Lake City that night. Will any council members that are interested attending please let staff know, and we'll figure out logistics. It's a little bit late notice, but we just wanted to make sure you were aware of the opportunity that exists. So thanks to the administration for letting us know.
Thank you, Jennifer. So here's my announcement. Thank you, Councilman Monroe. So there's been a lot of confusion about the status of the zoning request for the Other Side Academy for the tiny home village in the area of 500 South Redwood Road. And the City Council office does not yet have the complete information, and that is why that is not scheduled at this time. We are waiting for the required public benefits analysis, which must be fully vetted by the City Attorney's Office and the City's Finance Division. Once that document is provided to the City Council, the zoning request is eligible for scheduling. And then the Chair and Vice Chair will add it to our agendas and the multiple issues we have going on, because the city budget starts shortly, and we need to prioritize all the agenda. So in summary right now, we don't have all the information on the Other Side Academy's information that we need to move forward. So we're waiting for that information to come to us, and then we'll move forward at that time. So thank you very much for that. And now we have a closed session, and we'll be doing that closed session here shortly. And we were looking for a closed session for labor negotiations and attorney-client matter. So I will look for a motion on that.
Mr. Chair, I move that we go into a closed session for the purpose of discussing labor relations and receiving advice of counsel.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Wharton, a second from Councilmember Fowler. Any discussion on this item? See no discussion on this item, I will roll call it. Councilmember Fowler?
Yes.
Pui?
Yes.
Wharton?
Yes.
Mono?
Yes.
Petro?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
And I'm a yes. That passes 6-0 with Councilmember Valdemoros absent.
And to clarify for the public, you will not be returning to work session after your closed session. You will be convening in your formal meeting at 7.
Thank you very much. So that concludes our work session.